Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you. And guys, let's party. Big shout out to the replay gang. Thank you so much for coming back to watch this, even though you missed the live party, guys. That is the best part, so make sure you are here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So hit that subscribe, ring the bell, and you will never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. If you'd like to support the channel, head on over to TheIndianJesus.com for your very own official merch. Holidays coming up. You can get greeting cards and so many other things over at TheIndianJesus.com. There's more here than not. There we are. Guys, we do also have a Discord server that is absolutely free to join. It is a great place to meet people, hang out, have interesting conversations, and make new friends. Who doesn't want to do that? And of course, it is free to join. The link is in the chat and in the bio. And again, it is free to join. However, if you are a member of this channel here on YouTube, you can scroll right below the video, hit that join button. There's a few different tiers here, but it starts at just $2.99 a month and gets you members only live streams, all that other good stuff. And depending on how the poll goes, maybe access to the Jake Paul and Mike Tyson fight in the Discord server. If you are a member, you get full access. So there is a free channel for everybody, but if you want the full experience, you gotta be a member. Sign up today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And let's party. Shout out to Carl. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you. So with all, with that going on and the fact that we're in this lame duck period of politics, not too much is going on, but there are still important conversations to be had. And so I definitely think it is important that we keep up with that. But of course, if you guys are like, nah, let's just go to Discord and watch the fight, we can definitely do that. I have a tab open here looking at what is good, and we'll make sure it's only going to be the main event. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but again, we're not going to be able to, I'm obviously not going to be able to put it here on on YouTube. We would have to go into Discord and again be a member. So until we figure that out, until that starts, we are definitely going to be having an interesting conversation with our vice president-elect JD Vance. He was recently on Joe Rogan, and I actually have not watched much of it. I've seen some clips, but I heard it was good. So let's do it, guys. As always, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
All right. How are you, sir?
Good, man. How are you doing?
Very nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you, too.
What is it like running for vice president of the United States? How crazy is this experience?
It's pretty weird.
Shout out to Dylan. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Make sure you read that thing before you hit the poll.
Pretty weird. I was just telling you heard this earlier, but the first time that I've been in a public spot without Secret Service in the room is right now. So I'm like looking around for these guys because I'm used to just having them. It's 3 months, right? So he has,
again, remember, this was right before the election, so this is 2 weeks old. This was on Halloween night.
It's me the Monday of the RNC convention, which I think was June 15th, and I really didn't know that morning.
Hey, there we go. Shout out to Carl's Frosted Tips giving out the. There's my applause. We need applause as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you, sir. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Guys, definitely gifted memberships are great for tonight if we end up watching the fights and all that. Oh, he wants more. He wants more. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for Morty. So BR, Stutterin' John, like the name, Alexander, Dead Juice, and Gardner Fan. If you guys wanted to watch the fight, make sure you join that Discord and let me know what your YouTube name is so that I can give you the permissions so that we can watch it. Dylan Soup said, off topic, it's official. Great Adventure is getting rid of King Dakar. Long live the king of roller coasters. Yes, I am a Jersey resident, born and raised, and that was the first roller coaster, not the first ride, but the first roller coaster I'd ever been on. Like they had the fair and stuff like that, but real rides, I was just always scared. I just never did it. My parents never liked those stuff, so I was scared. And so I was in high school. Must have been like 13, 14 years old. And my friends convinced me to go to Great Adventure. And we were like, I was like, all right, guys, we'll start small and then we'll work up to this and maybe that and maybe this and maybe that. And they're like, yeah, sure, of course. And then as soon as we get in the gate, of course, with our Coke can, They were like, yeah, no, we were bullshitting you. That is definitely not happening. We are going on King to Ka right now. Otherwise, you're just going to be bitching about it all day. And I was like, no. But I mean, like, I'm no bitch. So I went up and did it. And I was like, that was the greatest thing that's ever happened. And let's go again. And I went front row and it was amazing. And then Nitro was no problem. No problem. We got Behave in the building. Welcome to the party. Team Tyson. So I hope he doesn't eat the other guy, literally. And K Roach, welcome, also says the opposite. I hope he takes both of them off. So it does look like you guys are going to want to check that out. So until that comes up, I will keep an eye on the on the fight and all of that. We'll check this out, and then depending on what you guys want, what you guys say, we will do whatever you like and whatever you say. Hey, again, Carl's Frosted Tips. I didn't even get to update the banner, and already another $2 go. That's our oh, there we go. We got the if we get 10 or more, $5 or up, Morty gets his peanut butter. We got a new empty peanut butter for Morty. Thank you so very much, sir. Out sponsoring your goddamn self. So the event is starting soon, but they're the main event. So that's not going to be until later. They have a bunch of other fights. The card itself starts at 8:30. So yeah, it's starting in like 20 minutes, but there's other fights on the card. So we'll definitely have a lot of time to talk about this and not have to worry about, oh, we're missing this and that and whatever. So yep, he's got them eyes. But I don't know, man. I was watching the the docuseries that Netflix put out about it. And Jake looks good, man. Jake looks good. I'm old enough where I never was in that weird oh yeah, that's perfect. That is beautiful. Awesome. So we may or may not still be working on JD by that time. But yeah, that will be the after party. Again, members only. So make sure you sign up or beg somebody to gift some more memberships. But yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. But diving back in here, we will get to that later. And JD Vance is one heartbeat away from the presidency as of July January 20th.
Which I think was June 15th. And I really didn't know that morning. I thought that he was probably going to pick me, but I didn't know for sure. Probably 60-40, basically. And
oh, honey, sweetie baby, you misunderstand. You don't understand. Jake is in a win-win. If Jake loses to Mike Tyson, then he lost to Mike Tyson. You know how many people have lost to Mike Tyson? It doesn't matter. He's 58 years old. That's Mike Tyson. Come on. Yeah, so they have the 3 undercard fights, and I'm sure there's going to be some musical number and all that stuff. But again, I do have, I have the tab open here. Are we on full screen? Can you guys see that? Yeah, so I do have the tab open here. I'm keeping an eye on it, make sure we're not missing anything. But I'm sure there's going to be musical numbers and all that bullshit. So we'll go with this, something that's at least relative to the politics in our culture, and then we'll get into the dirty stuff. His purse is in a win-win. His pride shouldn't be. But again, you misunderstand the game that is Jake Paul. He doesn't care about like looking cool and having pride. He cares about money and views and content and all of that. The ideal scenario for the fight tonight, the ideal scenario for both parties is that it's a relatively even fight. Obviously Mike's got the power, but Jake is younger and he can move a little bit better. So it's gonna be quickness versus power. But what is likely to happen is that Mike Tyson does a little bit better, gets a couple more knockdowns than Jake, and then they give the split decision to Jake. Now Mike Tyson has lost to Jake, and now Jake is in the position of gifting a rematch to Mike Tyson, and they both make more money. That's the name of the game. You're a mark. You've been marked. What do they say? I don't know. It's in wrestling. Like when you believe the thing. I don't know. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Shout out to Trump. I would love to see that. Behave said, I was disappointed that he laid hands on Jake Paul when they were posing next to each other. Jake Paul got in Tyson's head. Jake is young, but Tyson is very old. But Tyson is also Mike Tyson. So I kind of feel like Mike Tyson's going to be Mike Tyson until 99. I don't think age makes a difference. But, all right, let's see what we got. Yeah. Play. Oh, no, my button's not working. Come on. I hate this.
Probably going to pick me, but I didn't know for sure. Probably 60-40, basically. And so I had no idea. I get the call around 1 o'clock at Milwaukee time at the RNC convention. I'm hanging out with my kid. Another one of my kids is in the other room asleep because, our kids are young, so they nap still. And he makes this call and he's like, hey, do you want to be my vice president? I was like, oh.
If I was a little bit quicker, I would have made a joke there about Joe Biden taking naps, but I just missed it. Shout out to Arrow. Welcome. Carl said Tyson is a psychopath with rage in him. Yep. He never count that man out.
Literally just like that.
Well, actually, what happened is I get a text message from a staff member on his team that says he just missed a very important phone call. And I don't know, because there's so much inbound traffic that I think it just went straight to voicemail. So I call him back and I'm like, hey, sir, what's going on? He said,
can you imagine being Trump and calling anybody to be like, yeah, you're going to be my vice president. And it goes to voicemail. Like, well, it was a good pick. Not anymore.
JD, you just missed a very important phone call. I'm going to have to pick somebody else now.
Yep, there you go.
So I'm about to shoot a brick here. And then he says, no, I'm just kidding. Obviously, want you to be my vice president.
Shout out again to Carl. Thank you so very, very much. Oh yeah, he did plenty. I mean, he's a convicted rapist. He is a convicted rapist, like no question.
And the funny thing is, my 7-year-old is in the background and he has no idea what's going on. And I love that, right? It's one of the good things about this. He has no clue what's going on. He's like, Dad, who are you talking to? He's talking about Pokemon cards, right? And
loser.
Trump hears my son in the background and he says, well, who's that? And I said, that's my 7-year-old son. And he's like, put him on the phone. So,
damn. That's that kid. I hope the kid's old enough. What did he say? 7? So I'm sure the kid's going to be old enough to look back on that and be like, I don't even know what I had at the time, but I was talking to Donald Trump on the phone. Shout out to Ann. Welcome to the party. Good to see ya. Behave said, Daddy Orange Man will make things better. Again, don't put too much faith in your politicians. He's definitely going to be better than any of the alternatives, but it is up to you and I. It is up to you and I, not the politicians.
Put him on the phone.
What a story.
And I'm just anxious for him to get the statement out because in my mind, It's not final until the statement is actually out. And he talks to my son and he reads the statement that he is going to put out on Truth Social announcing that I'm the VP nominee of the Republican Party. And he's like, what do you think about that, Ewan? And my son Ewan's like, oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And then he gives the phone back to me. He's like, I have no idea what the hell's going on.
He doesn't even know what that means.
Yeah, he has no idea. And of course, I remember this story because in particular, and the Madison Square Garden rally of a few days ago was the first time that my son actually met Donald Trump. So he'd spoken to him on the phone, but hadn't actually met him until the rally at MSG. And my 7-year-old really wanted to tell him a joke, and he remembers this phone conversation. And so he tells him this joke, and Trump kind of chuckles, but also is probably judging me because it was a somewhat inappropriate joke for a 7-year-old to tell. But here we are.
Well, that's the only ones 7-year-olds remember.
Yep, that's right. Well, it's like, I have terrible language, and it's one of my many flaws. But I was raised by my very working class grandmother, and she was actually very interestingly, she was a very devout Christian, but she also had a language that would make a sailor blush. And so I talk like that.
The drugs will do it to you. Fuck this shit out. Go, damn it.
Because I was raised by this woman.
Those are fun ladies.
Those are fun ladies.
Put a one in the chat if you guys have seen or read. I doubt anybody's actually read it, but seen or read Hillbilly Elegy, the book that. Did he write it or was it just written about him? He wrote it, right? I don't remember. But the and then it got turned into the movie. That is also on Netflix. We could do a watch party for one of those as well.
And so I talk like that because I was raised by this woman.
Those are fun ladies.
Those are fun ladies. Man. She was awesome. She had an amazing person, a huge personality, right? We called her a force of nature because she was.
All right, there we go. So we got Tyson Paul tonight, and then we got Hillbilly Elegy for our next watch party. Shout out to Indy Vance. I'm just kidding. Shout out to Guam Tag. Welcome to the party. If you are just joining us, we are going to be watching this, and then when the Tyson Paul fight starts, we will be able to go into Discord. I will stay here on YouTube, and I'll ask. No, I guess we can't do that. We'll figure it out. But I'll be here on YouTube. You guys will be in Discord, being able to watch it and then chat here. Obviously, I can't play the fight on YouTube, but there's just Hey, look at that! Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil, indeed. We have Guamtech. Guamtech's here. What's going on? Welcome. I didn't actually read this, though. Guamtech said Vance came off super normal in this one. It's actually kind of cool to hear a politician cuss. Cuss? Do you guys say curse? Oh, that's a poll. Do you guys say cuss or curse? Which do you say? Obviously, we know. So, Guamtech, don't vote on this one because we know where you fall. Cuss or curse? Interesting. But it's actually kind of cool to hear a politician cuss and talk like an actual human being. Yeah. Shout out to Gianni Friendly. Welcome. Said mine cursed in the old language. Oh, there you go. Welcome to the party. Ours says if you've ever stood up for your convictions and not been thrown in the can, well, then you are fortunate. Indeed. Yeah. Well said. A lot of people, have been, as you said, thrown in the can for it. And that's always a possibility. So anybody who is speaking up for themselves, good on you. Hey, well, I feel like damn it. Should I redo it? Okay, yeah, we'll add that one. We're going to redo that one. Shout out to Right Click. Welcome to the party. All right, so we're redoing that. Which do you say? Because that's kind of a different word. So I feel like if you're going to use a different word, then you're using a different word. But okay, if you're referring to just the 4-letter words in general, so to speak, or naughty words, or we'll say other. All right, we'll say other. Yeah, all right, there we go. Shout out to Matthew King. Welcome. We also got Bobius Prime. Of course I missed you. I miss you all. Every time I'm not seeing you, I'm like, God damn, I miss y'all motherfuckers. Yeah, I only hear old people and black people say cuss. I only see, I never, ever do I say cuss, or do I hear anybody say cuss. I don't know. That's why I didn't want to add swear to it, because I feel like that's a different word. Like if you're saying I don't know, but whatever. Moving on.
She was amazing.
I regret that. I wish I would have stayed with the original one.
Person, a huge personality, right? We called her a force of nature because she was such this big personality.
That's what
my wife's rule is, basically he's only allowed to cuss when he's telling this one joke. So
I feel like it's also more of like a Midwestern thing or a Southern thing. Like the middle of the country is more likely to say cussing. And maybe on the coast, you're more likely to say cursing. I don't know, but most of you are saying cuss. Oh, we got some more. We're tied. Cut. Oh, same here says but I say cuss most. All right, I guess me and Right Click are the odd man out. Well, apparently not. We're tied. Keep it going,
basically,
baby.
he's only allowed to cuss when he's telling this one joke. So
that's hilarious.
Yeah, so he tells that joke.
He's not. That's a good
basically
one.
he's such this big personality. But my wife's rule is, basically he's only allowed to cuss when he's telling this one joke. So
that's hilarious.
Yeah, so he told this joke to
all the time.
Okay, Bubs. Sorry, he was coughing.
Exactly. He says it 14 times a day.
Yeah, early on I told my kids, you can swear in front of us. I go, but don't swear in front of other parents.
Right.
And don't swear for no reason.
Right. Well, because they judge you, right? The other parents judge you. How old are your kids?
Well, the youngest ones are 14 and 16, and I have a 28-year-old.
Okay.
But when my 14-year-old was 2, we were on a skiing trip, and we were about to leave. We packed up all our stuff. But her helmet, we forgot to put her helmet away. I go, we forgot to put the helmet away. And she just looks down at the helmet and she goes, shit. And my wife is just like, oh my God. It was so funny. There's just something adorable.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's more of just a middle of the country and a Southern thing. I think maybe, or I guess to put it a different way, I think curse is more of a coastal thing. That's what it seems like. Because you never hear that unless, again, it's old people or black people around here. I don't know. Shout out to Joe Mama. Welcome. Said big Pharma stocks have dropped since the RFK job announcement. Hell yeah. They know what is coming. Welcome to the party. Matthew said, I say cuss words, but usually say curse any other time. And then swear gets thrown in periodically. Yeah, I guess it really is different. Are you okay, Bobs? What's going on here? Okay. All right. He's doing all right. He's doing all right. Maybe we can get him some peanut butter. That'll feel a little bit better. All right. Diving back in. Yeah.
It's like, oh my God. It was so funny. There's just something adorable about a 2-year-old that doesn't know that you're not supposed to say shit.
No,
and just
absolutely,
have that cute little face.
Well, I mean, my 4-year-old, he was 3 at the time.
See, there we go. Jersey. And there we go. I say curse being from NJ, but when I lived in the South for 6 years, boom, boom. Called it.
We were going, because, you know, we live in Cincinnati, but then I'm a senator, so we spent a lot of time in Washington, and I was taking my 4-year-old solo, he was 3 at the time, on this trip, and we're on like a Delta flight. We're in the back. I'm kind of wondering, because, you know, I've got bedhead, and I'm thinking to myself, do any of these people know that I'm a senator? Because I look like shit right now. And I sort of get away with it. I don't think that anybody notices who I am. And we're sitting there, and my son drops one of those Biscoff cookies in between the seat, and he looks at me and he says, Dad, well, fuck. And like 12 people instantly turn around and look at me. And it's like, oh, Senator Vance, your son has such colorful language. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm such a terrible father. And these people are all judging me.
Yeah. Like,
but it's, you know, but you're right. It's so cute.
It's adorable.
It's so funny. But yeah, I got to do a little bit better about that, because they're going to start judging me.
People need to relax. Little bad words really every now and then. It's good for you. Yeah. I think it's good for you. It gets a little steam out.
I agree. It's good.
Was there any part of you that was like, do I really want this job? Just because it comes with so much. It comes with not having the Secret Service in the room. It comes with this enormous change of your life, this insane responsibility. Everybody's watched presidents, especially.
We all do. Some just pretend that they don't. Well, except, but then who will fund the lamestream media from here on? Apparently nobody. You heard that MSNBC, they're trying to sell MSNBC. And I don't think that's going to go very well. I don't think it's going to go very well. There you go. Potty mouth. Sailor mouth. There you go. Either way. Okay. I read that differently. I'm like, I love
insane responsibility.
Yeah.
Everybody's watched presidents, especially, age radically, dramatically.
Yeah.
And everyone but Trump.
That's right. It's kind of amazing, yeah.
But dude just didn't age. It's so strange. It's like it barely affected him. Everybody else is like they're getting radiation sickness. And he gets out of there, looks exactly the same. I can't wait to do it again. Let's go. We're going to win big. Just like...
it really...
And win big, we did.
I think it's amazing. I mean, one of the first times that I sort of spent like a large amount of time with Trump was in 2021. And I was thinking about running for the Senate. So I was down to Mar-a-Lago talking to him. And my initial reaction on seeing him was like, oh my God, you look really good. You actually look healthier now than you did 6 years ago. Normally presidents age very, very badly. You know, yeah, I mean, look, I definitely thought, okay, obviously this is a big thing, right? I talked about it with my wife a lot, because she was a working corporate litigator. She got a very big career. She's much smarter than I am. And it was a marital conversation, in some ways a tough one, because, you know, even though, yeah, I'm a senator, we're still pretty anonymous. Right, like we can go on vacation, or we were till this happened. We go on vacation. Yeah, you'd have people stop and ask to take a photo.
Oh, that's why the button wasn't working, because I was on Netflix. What do you think would happen? If we did like that, like exactly this? What? I mean, oh, and then
photo or say something, you know, nice. But most people, if you went somewhere, didn't know who you were. Right now, it's literally impossible for us to go anywhere.
What's that shift feel like? Like you're 40 years old, right? So
yeah,
I'm not willing to risk that though. But you know, I mean, in the future, well, if it's something big and it's something super relevant to what we're doing, maybe we'll try it out. But you guys know I'm putting my shit on the line for you guys a couple times, so we're gonna play it safe tonight. Oh, there we go again.
Go anywhere.
What's that shift feel like? Like you're 40 years old, right? So
yeah, I mean,
like this, just off a cliff, complete different life.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's been. I mean, look, in some ways, it's really nice, because people come up and say really nice things to you. They tell you they're praying for your kids, they're praying for your family.
It depends on where you go, though, doesn't it? Like if you go.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, in the view again, Netflix is just like crazy bad with that stuff. But something, if it's something else, I'd be willing to try that. I'd be willing to try that. Right now, the channel is, I'm trying to get that back on an upswing, so I definitely don't need a strike right now. So, we'll you guys are in the Discord anyway, so just watch it there. Ours said, I've learned to substitute the V in the U and fuck and cunt to avoid the jackboot algorithm. Yep. I usually just take the U out. I'll just put FCK or SHTTY. Like, people know what it is. Matthew said, I'm not a fan of the hand gesture he keeps making. Once I noticed him doing it, I couldn't let it go. JD Vance? Is that what you're talking about? Let's see.
They're praying for your kids. They're praying for your family.
It
but it's
depends
also
on where you go, though, doesn't it? Like if you go to Brooklyn.
Sure, yeah, no, of course, yeah.
Go to like the super woke, blue-haired parts of Brooklyn.
It's interesting. When we were in New York for the MSG rally, a few people saw me and flashed the universal New York sign for "We're number one," right? So they like us even in New York City. But it's definitely weird to just not be anonymous at all anymore, right?
Yeah.
And
it's very interesting. Should we watch it? Let's pull it up. Why not? I just saw an interesting TikTok from the Free Press. I haven't heard much about them or from them until recently, and then everything I've seen from them has been pretty cool. I'll keep this going while I find it.
That's taken some getting used to. I think part of it is also. Let me just give an example. So Sunday morning, we want to go for this is the event in Madison Square Garden. We had the morning where I didn't really have anything going on. I had a couple phone calls. So we want to go for a walk with the kids in Central Park. And normally
I'm gonna have to look out for this one.
You would walk out of your hotel and walk into Central Park and hang out with your family. Now it requires, we have to notify Secret Service. And so then they have to scope out an area where they can make sure that it's going to be properly safe. And so instead of walking out our hotel room and taking a walk in Central Park, we hop in a car and show up in some random part of Central Park that's 20 blocks away. And then of course, as soon as we get out, everybody's like, well, who the hell is this? Because there are 14 car motorcade there. So the lack of anonymity.
And obviously I'm getting way ahead of myself. I understand that. But I do have very big plans, ambitious plans for this channel and this platform. And so there is a big aspect of like, I really want to, and I'm already experiencing, some of the ills, so to speak, of parasocial relationships and all that kind of stuff. And on both sides, not saying, just the people who view, but also on my end, kind of feeling like people who watch owe me more than they really do because you watch me. Anyway, point being, the notion of having fame is a little bit of a scary notion. And oh god, it's happening already! No, they got zer. So all right, let's check out this.
You like AOC?
Yeah. Here from people who live in AOC's district, and what they got to say. Yeah. I hear ya.
You like AOC?
Yeah.
Did you vote for her?
So again, these are people in her district.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about Trump's upcoming presidency, Trump 2?
I voted for him.
Oh, who did you vote for, if I can ask?
For Trump.
Did you vote for AOC?
Yes, I did.
Explain yourself.
She's Spanish. You know, so I'm Spanish too.
Identity
United
politics.
States is not ready for a woman person.
See,
fuera mí,
How that look?
woman person.
Mm-hmm.
Si fuera mí, que por quién iba a votar? Por Donald Trump.
Oh, really?
Sí.
¿Por qué Donald Trump?
Porque me gusta.
Because I like him. Why do you like
Me
him?
gusta
I like his
como él.
energy.
La gente
People
están
are scared
ahora
now
asustados.
because
Porque
immigration
los inmigrantes están
is so bad.
bastante feos. Lo van a
Pero
declarar.
tú eres
See, but you're an immigrant.
Tengo mi
Like, I got my papers. I came through the right door.
AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez,
Sí,
la congresswoman.
sí.
¿Qué piensas de
What do you think of her?
AOC?
buena,
She's
me
great. I like her.
Why do you think someone would vote for AOC, who's like as far left as you can get almost?
Because people know more about her, and then that's how it goes. I don't know much about Kamala Harris. To me, Kamala Harris is a puppet.
A puppet of who?
A puppet for the system.
Why do you think Kamala didn't do as well as Biden did in this area, right?
And again, yeah, as Am is saying here, these people are idiots. You vote for AOC because she's Spanish, but they still voted for Trump. So there's a very interesting dynamic that it's not that they're completely just in a bubble and just follow the identity politics. So it's an interesting dynamic.
Do as well as Biden did in this area, right where we are now.
Because for black people, we already knew her being a prosecutor, how many black children she put in jail. And we knew her past. She told the world she was a black woman and she's from India. Not that there's no black in India, but she's not us.
You was prosecuting
Not
people for
us.
a little bit of marijuana. Now you all in for marijuana. We appreciate.
Are they that great? Are they that great? I feel like that's not really a thing. Let's see. I mean, hey, Nancy. Yeah, I mean, I know her age, but okay, I'm not. She definitely don't flaunt it. I'll give her that. Okay, what do we got here? What we got here? Of course, they always. But yeah, I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. And of course, Alex Stein pointed out her big booty, that she is indeed a big booty Latina. Behaves at AOC fucked it up for the workers. She's an airhead leftist talking piece. Yep. I said, kick yourself out. You're an immigrant too. We're all Africans.
What?
Okay. And said, hey, AOC could parent that horsehead girl without requiring the mask. Oh. Dilly to that one. Oof. Go.
Now you all in for marijuana. We appreciate realness.
The prices is high. Everything is going up. So what you expect?
All she does is giggle and go on these talk shows. She doesn't talk about issues.
So it's not like just 2 or 3 people here.
Why did you vote for Biden but not for Kamala?
I'm a registered independent.
Oh.
I make up my own mind.
Remember one thing about why people voted for Trump. They want change.
Yup. And so, just a very interesting, I don't even know what you would call it, but like a slice of life that is a very common thing in whatever, I think she's in the Bronx, right? Is that correct? I don't remember. But either way, whatever her thing is, that people are, so number one, the idea of familiarity is a very, very powerful thing. They were saying she's, I think the other side of that, she's Spanish, is that she lived here, she worked here, and again, whether I think that's a good idea or not, or a good qualification or not, is irrelevant. Obviously, these people do. But yeah, I mean, people. I mean, yeah, but what do you like? You're just saying things. This is completely out of context. What is the point that you're trying to make? And if you're talking to me, I'm not an immigrant. I was born in Maimonides Hospital.
Anonymity is definitely an annoyance that comes along with it. But I'm
I'm
the kind of person where you just take the good with the bad. There are a lot of benefits to it. There are some downsides to it. It's what I asked for. I try not to think too much about it or complain too much about it. I just try to.
You guys know the best way to do that, right? The best way to make Jay famous is to share the video. Take the URL, hit the share button. It does not matter if you think anybody's going to click on it. Just by telling YouTube that you want other people to see this, they will show it to other people. So hit that share if you really care.
To accept it. I think obviously if we win, which 6 days from now, I think we are going to win. I think we'll have to sort of get into more of a routine with it. My attitude thus far has been, well, it's only for a few months, so you can do anything for a few months.
Is the adjustment, is it difficult? Was it pretty easy to just accept it? Like, this is how life is now?
Well,
you would have to, right? Like,
you have to accept it, but it's not easy, right? I mean, in particular for our kids, right? Like, okay, I really like to drive.
How do we reach these kids? Oh, I didn't even think about that. How they like, damn, when's the last time you think Donald Trump drove a car? That's wild. I mean, because it's not like he wasn't rich before.
It's not easy, right? I mean, in particular for our kids, right? Like, okay, I really like to drive. And 99% of the time, if we're in the car as a family, I'm driving. My wife's in the passenger seat just because I like to drive. And I think for our kids, getting used to, we're not going into our car, we're going into this black SUV, and Daddy's not driving.
Right, there's some other person there that don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
Or, like one of the first things that happened, we're back at our house in Cincinnati the weekend after the RNC convention, and we're sitting there watching like some stupid show, Emily in Paris on Netflix or something, which, sorry, I don't mean to call it a stupid show. I actually think Emily in Paris is a masterpiece, but set that to the side.
Really? What's good with that? I've heard that around. I don't know exactly what that is. Anybody ever seen that? Probably early 2000s, maybe. It was an Icky Thump reference. Okay, yeah, right over my head. Sorry.
Which, sorry, I don't mean to call that a stupid show. I actually think Emily in Paris is a masterpiece, but set that to the side. Bracket that one for now. But we're watching some show on Netflix, and
I guess that's going to be our third watch party.
You see one guy walk past your window, and then you see another guy walk past your window, and it's just a Secret Service agent patrolling, just little things like that. So, it just, you recognize that your zone of privacy is very narrow, and that takes some adjusting and getting used to. And, there are all of these small little adjustments, but by and large, honestly, like I love our Secret Service detail. Our kids are really into them. They sort of see them as their police protectors. Our 7-year-old, it's funny, he's in 2nd grade, and one of his buddies, their parents came to us and said, "Do you know that the kids are playing this game in school called Boss Man, where basically one 2nd grader will walk down the hallway or down the playground flanked by 2 separate 2nd graders."
Like they're playing Secret Service now?
Secret Service now in their school.
Bizarre.
Instead of
like on the one
Roberts?
hand, that's really bizarre, and I hope that it doesn't permanently screw up the psychological development of my kid. On the other hand, it's kind of funny, and you just go with the flow and you try to work with it.
Yeah. I guess they're just making fun with it.
Yeah.
Did you have presidential aspirations before all this? Is this something that you would?
I would have to imagine that he would say no. I would have to imagine that coming from that type of background, you would just assume that that's not a reality.
Considered about the future? Was it like, how did you approach this?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these things when you're elected to the Senate, and I'm a pretty young guy. I'm the 2nd youngest United States senator right now. You certainly think like, is this something I might do in the future? What does this look like? What would you need to do in terms of getting your family in the right mental space and just making it happen?
I thought he was asking, like, as a kid, did he have these aspirations?
But it's all very abstract, right? It's not all that different from, 10 years ago thinking about starting a business that I never started, right? It's just things you think about, but you never really think that hard about, right? And that was kind of my attitude towards it. I started to realize that Trump was thinking pretty seriously about making me his VP nominee probably earlier this year, because he would ask me a lot about who I thought the VP nominee should be.
Oh boy.
And I'd give him, yeah, exactly. And I'd give him names of people that I thought would be pretty good at it. And a lot of the names that I gave him, he would criticize. And I almost felt like he was inviting me to throw myself out there. But it's funny. The morning that he was shot in Butler, PA, was the first time that he and I ever talked about it. So that was a Saturday. Just thinking about it, I guess it was probably June 13th, because I think the convention started June 15th. I go down to Mar-a-Lago that morning, Saturday morning, and I'm talking to him for the first time, because the media would ask me. I was like one of the rumored shortlist candidates. I kept on getting these questions from reporters. Have you ever had this conversation with Trump? And the honest answer was no. Well, Saturday morning that changed, because I go down there and he's like, what do you think? Why should I choose you? Why should I not choose these other guys? Like, we just had a conversation.
Definitely did not fuck a couch.
I don't really know, actually. I really don't know.
Come on, man.
I think that there were a couple of senators that were being considered, a couple of governors, a couple of former cabinet secretaries, but you don't really know, because when Donald Trump sat me down, he talked about 10 different people that he was thinking about naming, and this was 2 days before he made this election.
So he's playing like a little, like, let's see how JD thinks game.
Yeah, I think so. And he told me that he was talking to the gardener at Mar-a-Lago about who the vice presidential nominee should be. And that's one
Guamte said, I don't like that boss man game he mentioned. Makes his kids sound like he's already playing power games. I remember those kinds of kids, and they grew up to be jerks. Maybe. I'm definitely not going to say, no, you're wrong. But that seems a little premature. It sounds like just the typical, like, good guy, bad guy, whether it's superheroes, cops and robbers, what was the one with the cowboys and Indians, that kind of thing. And it's just, the new version, which is more a comment on, like, what's going on in the political landscape than anything else. But I mean, you could be right, but I need to see a little bit more.
Was talking to the gardener at Mar-a-Lago about who the vice presidential nominee should be. And that's one, I think Trump's sort of political genius is he talks to everybody about everything. And I was like, well, what did the gardener at Mar-a-Lago have to say about this conversation? Because this really directly impacts my life. And
I said I could be just overthinking it, but I'm sure you know what kinds of kids I'm talking about. Oh, definitely. There are those types of kids. I'm just not ready to use that as justification. Be like, yep, that's JD's kid. And to be fair, it's usually the white kids. I'm joking. Shout out to Funk Master General. No question, no comment, just pure love of the game. And of course, where's my applause? Why does that keep happening? Of course, that makes you the new co-sponsor of the stream and our first donation on the goal to get Morty his peanut butter. Thank you, and welcome to the party. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you again. If you are just joining us, we are checking this out for now. And when the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight begins, if you are a member, you will be able to view it in the Discord. If not, you can just hang out here and watch it on your own. I will be up here, but it's gonna be fun. But again, you have to be a member to view it from here. It's live on Netflix, so if you have Netflix, you can just watch it wherever, and I'll be here. But if you don't, then you can join the Discord. It's $2.99 for the whole month. Anyway, we got some more here. What are we saying? Matthew, so I didn't take that as his kid is always the boss man. I think they could take turns. Could be wrong. That's what I was thinking. Like sometimes you're the Secret Service and he's Trump, and sometimes he's Trump, and you know what I mean? That's how I saw it. But I mean, it definitely could be. It was usually the white kids with privilege, like the real kind of privilege, not the bullshit DEI definition. In my school, it was either those white kids or the black kids who were just bigger than you, and usually in a gang. Also, have you seen footprints in perpetuity of the child appearing to be skipping behind? Dude, what are you talking? Are we watching the same stream? What is this? What are you talking about? I don't know what this is. Is this something that he just talked about? Or are you just randomly talking about footprints from a child in the universe? You know what you're talking about. I don't know what this means.
This conversation, because this really directly impacts my life. And, he basically said, well, I think I'm probably going to pick you, but I don't know. And I'm not ready to make a decision. And then he looks at one of his staff members who's in the room. He's like, actually, wouldn't it really set the world ablaze if we just made the decision today? And so why don't you come up with me and we'll just do the announcement in Butler, Pennsylvania. Well, and I said, and of course, not knowing at the time what was.
Shout out again to our co-sponsors. Thank you. Going
to happen. I was like, absolutely, let's get this over with, because I'm sick of not knowing. Let's just get this thing over with.
I have no idea.
And then he's like, no, I'm not gonna do it up there. We need to prepare for it better. So look, I'm not saying it's.
Am I on my own continent here? Am I the only one who has no idea what Arrow's talking about? I'm very lost.
Going to be you, but I'm thinking very seriously about it. Have fun. We'll see after Butler, PA. And then, of course, I go back home to Ohio.
Oh, boy.
He gets shot. The initial reaction is I actually thought they had killed him, because when you first see the video, he grabs his ear and then he goes down. And I'm like, oh, my God, they just killed him. And I was first I was so pissed. But then I go into like fight or flight mode with my kids. I'm like, all right, kids.
Fight mode.
We were at a mini golf place in Cincinnati, Ohio. I grab my kids up, throw them in the car, go home and load all my guns, and basically stand like a sentry at our front door.
Holy shit.
And that was sort of my reaction to it. Anyway.
I mean, yeah, that's what you would think. They're going for him. They're coming for me next. Because that's why JD is such a good choice, or one of the reasons why it's such a good choice. Because the notion of getting Trump out of there isn't going to get rid of Trumpism. Trumpism, and we've been trying to say that Trumpism is bigger than Trump, or the new right is bigger than Trump, or whatever way you want to put it. But they are still so fixated on him being the demagogue that they don't understand. Like, I was just watching, you guys know, that Asian guy, Jen, who does GEN, who does similar videos to that Tyler Oliveira guy, where he'll go in, the craziest places, and he's doing these interviews like, oh, what's really going on in this town? Same kind of thing. I just saw a clip where he was on with Destiny, and he was just trying to, talk about like, what do you think is going to happen after now that Trump's elected, and just kind of, seeing what he thinks and what he feels. And by the end of the 20-minute conversation, see, you're the problem. You're trying to both sides everything. And like all the guy said was like, okay, all you're saying is that all the people on the right like their candidate, and all the people on the left don't like their candidate, or are not in agreement on whether they like the candidate. And to you, that means that the right is in a cult, and it cannot just be that the right has a good candidate and the left has a bad candidate. Nuh-uh. Okay, dude.
Way. I really didn't know it was going to happen until Monday morning. I didn't know who else was being selected. I think it was all the names that people sort of see out there, right? All good guys, like nobody I have any personal animosity towards. But obviously, here we are.
How much did you study the story of the assassin, the attempted assassin? How much?
Fucking crooks. Matthew King, not Matthew Crooks, much better man, said Trump began a movement he can't even control. That's the biggest, that's the biggest thing about January 6th, is that like the liberals think they're like, oh, Trump said to do this, so we're going to go do this. It's like, no. It's way bigger than one man by now. Matthew says he woke us up and gave a lot of people hope. Now that people are ready to make the government come to heel. Indeed. Well said, sir. Well said.
Much have you paid attention to?
You know what Crooks or Cooks or whatever the guy's name is in Pennsylvania?
I do not know his name.
Yeah, I mean, I've read a fair amount about it, and it's pretty bizarre.
It's very bizarre.
It's bizarre. They haven't been able to get into his phone.
Well, they got into his phone. Didn't they?
Have they? I thought they've.
I thought they said they did. Maybe you know better than me.
Well, maybe they got into his phone, but they couldn't access his encrypted messages or something. I thought there was.
And I just want to point out that we have literally the next vice president, and then we have the biggest podcaster in the world. And they're both like, I think that happened. No, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. And we still beat out the corporate media that is allegedly actual journalists.
There was some deal with.
Like, imagine if this.
Haven't been able to get into his phone.
Imagine if this exchange happened between, Joanne Reed and anybody.
Amount of phone.
Well, they got into his phone. Didn't they?
Have they? I thought they've.
I thought they said they did.
Oh my God! Fake news!
You know better than me.
Well, maybe they got into his phone, but they couldn't access his encrypted messages or something. I thought there was some deal where they haven't really gotten his communication yet.
Yeah, it's
I maybe had a.
What do you mean they were vicious? The selfie takers? Maybe it's just tonight, guys. I don't know. A lot of this is going right over my head. Yeah, spell it out to me like I'm 6. One second. So Trump's going to take birthing people's rights and make us all white nationalists. Yeah! That's what they think. That's really what they think. Donald is a giant businessman. Why wouldn't we? I'm convinced now that you're doing this on purpose. Why wouldn't we? What? Agreed.
Some deal where they haven't really gotten his communication yet. But
yeah,
I maybe haven't read it as closely as you have, so don't take that as gospel truth.
You have access to more information, but maybe you can't talk about it.
No, trust me. There's nothing about this that I have access to information I can't talk about.
Well, there was a lot of.
That's a little sus. I feel like that's probably something you want to know.
Weird stuff to it. One of them is that his where he lived was professionally scrubbed. So he got there was no silverware. There's no silverware.
That's
the place
bizarre.
Is scrubbed.
Right?
Yeah, there's nothing. There's no DNA, no hard drives, no nothing.
Well,
so
and how do you get that close? I mean, do you shoot guns?
Yeah.
Okay. So
hell yeah.
I'm a pretty good shot. I served in the Marine Corps for 4 years. An AR-15 from 140 yards away is
chip
a pot shot.
Even without a scope. He didn't have a scope, right?
I don't believe he had a scope.
But even without a scope.
Without a scope.
Yeah.
I've shot an M16 many times and an AR-15 without a scope. There is no. It is shocking that he's alive.
Yeah,
right? It really is. I'm.
And I'm sure they're about to get into this, but again, just the notion of people thinking that like, oh, he staged it and so that he would only get nicked on the ear and kill a firefighter. Okay,
a person of faith, but I think it's a genuine miracle that guy didn't kill him. But how did he get so close? There's a lot of really big questions.
Well, he was walking around the area with a rangefinder, before the event.
And people were yelling and saying,
he's on the roof. Yeah.
He's on the roof.
Yeah.
You know, there was that crazy, I think it was a BBC reporter, somebody with an English accent who did the report on the ground with the guy. You know, he's like got a MAGA hat on and a Bud Light. He's probably not a Bud Light. He's got some beer. And he's talking to this guy who saw crooks get on the roof, and he's yelling at him. It's an amazing clip. He's yelling at him like, hey, he's yelling at police officers saying, hey, this guy's on the roof, go and get him. And nobody responded to it. And the whole thing is very fishy to me. And I hope that we win and then get to the bottom of it, because I think somebody clearly screwed up.
I guess now, beforehand, maybe like right before the election, maybe that's not the best time to go poking and prodding. But I would hope that now, among other things, of course, that they would have kind of looked into it a little bit more.
It doesn't seem like just screwed up. Like the excuse that the lady from the Secret Service had, that they couldn't put snipers on the roof because the roof was sloped. Like all of it is bananas.
No, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
And
who thought that would? I mean, I get it. I get it that number one, Americans are very dumb, and two, the media is very aware that Americans are dumb and play on that dumbness. But the roof is too sloped. The roof is too sloped. Come on, man.
Miracle is Trump turns his head at the last second.
That's
right.
right.
The very last second, he turns his head to look at the chart, and the bullet just grazes his ear.
That's right.
He's got there's this stupid conspiracy out there. He's got a mark on his ear. I saw it. He has a mark on his ear, and people are like, why isn't there a hole in his ear? Because it's just the edge of the skin got hit. That's
right.
all it was.
That's right.
It's the luckiest of luckiest shots ever for him. Unfortunately, not for the people that are behind him, because a couple of people got shot.
I almost, and again, that's the type of situation where I'm not going to split hairs about like, well, how do you know it's God? I'm like, that's one of those things like, all right, I can't explain, the timing and the perfection of that. I do believe that it was just a matter of physics and luck, but I would love to just like, you don't think like stuff happens? Like people get lucky? I don't know, just poke a little bit, as to the fact that we're not a team on the water tower was a failure in itself. Absolutely. I do not believe, along with 88% of you, it seems to be all but one so far, but how you could think that so many cascading failures simultaneously occurred. That's not logical thinking. White national adjacent, which is basically a white nationalist. You and me both, brother. You and me both.
It's ever for him. Unfortunately, not for the people that are behind him, because a couple of people got shot. And for anybody that thinks that was staged, you don't understand shooting. There's no way you can graze someone's ear from 120 yards.
Absolutely
you can hit them center mass.
It's crazy.
You're not going to be able to graze their ear. You could kill them easily, accidentally, if you were faking something like that.
Well, we've all seen the graphics, right, of him turning his head, and if he hadn't turned his head, that it would have went right through his brain.
And there was another.
Yeah, put one in the chat if you have not seen that, because the ballistics model of it. It really is in all senses of the word a miracle. Even if I don't believe that a miracle means divine intervention, like whatever, if anything can be called a miracle, that was a miracle. That was crazy. Carl said it was ketchup from a hot dog. It wasn't for those damn hot dogs. He does love hot dogs. Remember when he was trying to buy the whole, was it Dodger Stadium? I forget where it was. He went to a baseball game, and he's like, I'm going to buy hot dogs for everybody. And they're like, we can't do that.
Yeah.
Him turning his head, and if he hadn't turned his head, that it would have went right through his brain.
And there was another one that went to the left side of him, right?
That barely missed him. Yeah, that barely missed him.
And then instantly that guy's dead. And then they take a hold of his body. He's cremated 10 days later. There's no press conference. There's no toxicology report. No one talks about it on the news.
Right. And when there's a school shooter, we usually have the person's manifesto out there a day or two later.
Yeah. So Gonzag asked, would Vance have been the nominee in the alternate universe that Trump died? Yes. So once somebody has been officially picked as the running mate, then that administration. Why? Yes. The answer is yes. He would have been the nominee. Hey, we got 47 in the building. Said Vance was behind it. Uh-oh. What would that actually mean? What would that imagine that was real? where he's like, "Oh, I'm picked. I'm literally one heartbeat." I mean, he would stand to gain the most. Maybe not the most, but he would certainly stand to gain a lot. Interesting theory, Mr. President. Welcome to the party. Why this? What's wrong with the question? If Trump had died, then the question is who would be the nominee? And yes, even though he was not elected, once the elected nominee picks his VP, then that is official. Official as a whistle.
School shooter, we usually have the person's manifesto out there a day or two later.
Yeah.
We know
unless they're trans.
Nothing about the motive here, which I think is the craziest thing. I'm obviously he's motivated because he hates Donald Trump, but you don't know anything about the secondary motive. Man, it is weird. It is
the
really
only time
weird.
we don't get a manifesto is when they're trans. When they're trans, they hide those manifestos.
The Nashville shooter, man, that was crazy.
I don't remember if I stole that, if I heard that and repeated it. I did think of it on my own, but it may have been because I heard that. Just to be fair, Jimmy Hoffa is behind the scenes. Luck isn't rational thinking. Okay, I'm not going down that road. I'm not going down that road to think that. Happenstance. Is that better? Happenstance. Things happen. That's it. That's all I'm talking about. Sometimes things happen in your favor, and sometimes things happen not in your favor. That doesn't necessarily mean there's an intelligent entity behind it. So, wasn't 100? That's actually Trump. Yeah, that's JD Vance.
Easy.
Have you read any of it?
I've read some of it.
It's pretty wild.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, that
and they
guy,
decide that's bad for the cause.
That's
so
right.
They decided
they decided to suppress it. But no, the Nashville shooter, I mean, just while we're on the topic, went in and murdered a bunch of children at a Christian school because he or she, like whatever, was motivated by some very radical trans ideology.
Yes.
And that is something we should talk more about as a country.
100%. And they didn't want, if there's any other ideology that led someone to mass murder, you would examine that ideology very carefully. It was some sort of radical religion. People would be like very concerned about that radical religion.
That's right.
And it is. It's the radical religion of
woke. Exactly what it is.
It's this weird idea that you are so virtuous and so correct. You're allowed to commit violence against these other people because they're the oppressors, even though they're children.
Well, you know these signs that are in super woke neighborhoods. I'm sure there's plenty of them in Austin. Like, in this house, we believe science is real. No person is like, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know your religious background, but like I'm a convert to Catholicism. It's like was raised Christian, became an atheist.
He's like, yeah, that's all bullshit. Like all the smart people.
Came back to Christianity, got baptized Catholic like 5 or 6 years ago. And what is so interesting about this in this house we believe is it's so similar to the creed that you declare every day at a Catholic mass, right? We believe in one Lord Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son of God. And there's almost a similar cadence between the Christian creed and what these guys are doing with this hyper woke stuff. And then there's the rallies. And then there's, of course, the various rituals. And it absolutely is a religious faith. There was this really interesting post that was, I forget exactly who wrote it, but the title was Gay Rights as... what was it? It was like gay rights as religious rights, but the second rights was RITES. And it was a guy who was like,
What?
The second rights was RITES. And it was a guy who was like a pro-gay rights guy, but sort of made the observation that when you get into the really radical trans stuff, you actually start to notice the similarities between a practiced religious faith and what these guys are doing.
Yeah.
Or, as we can just generalize it, dogma.
And it's very interesting. I mean, I actually met earlier with a friend who lives in Austin who's like a kind of a gay Reagan Democrat, and he's a very very interesting guy. He's a fascinating guy. He's one of the smartest political philosophers, I think.
How do you be a gay Reagan Democrat?
I don't know. It's just kind of
what's a Reagan Democrat?
Like, I mean, he's basically like
well, I missed that. I thought I was going to say when he said Reagan, I heard Reagan Republican. What is a gay? Yeah, what a Reagan Democrat? I've never heard that.
No, I don't know. It's just kind of
what's a Reagan Democrat?
Like, I mean, he's basically like now what you would call a Trump Republican, but he's a political philosopher and he writes about economics.
But Trump ran as a Republican. So like, what is it? I mean, if you were to describe somebody as a Trump Democrat, I would just assume the blue-haired type person.
right. That's sort of how I got connected to him. I had no idea he was gay when I first met him, but I'll never forget. He sent me something like 6 or so years ago, and it was Elizabeth Warren when she was running for president, and
Pocahontas, hey, Funk Master General, our 2nd of 10. We are getting a little bit closer to the peanut butter, and guys, Funk Master is carrying it. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, out sponsoring your goddamn self. Thank you. The Overlord is pleased. Thank you. And yes, guys, if we get 10 super chats of $5 or more, Morty gets a new jar of peanut butter. I just finished it this morning. I mean, I'm sure I could squeeze a little bit more out, but that's just less peanut butter for Morty whenever he does get it.
Or so years ago, and it was Elizabeth Warren when she was running for president, and she was like, "We stand for all."
I so badly want to try going to a chiropractor. Like my dad being a surgeon, because chiropractors aren't doctors. He's always had a very negative view of chiropractors in general. But as I, and so I just, when I was younger and we would talk about that, or it would come up, in conversation or whatever, we'd be like, oh, chiropractors, there's bullshit, fuck science. But I've heard so many people have the specific experiences of like, no, this really does help. And like, again, one of the things that my dad would say was like, oh, well, yeah, you're good for like a month and then you got to go back. And it's like, well, okay, I don't, that doesn't make it not work. That just means it only, like, I have to take medicine every day. That doesn't mean the medicine doesn't work. It just means it only works for a certain period of time. Yeah, I have, like, if you think of your vertebrae, like that, like they're supposed to be lined up like that. And so they could be misaligned like backwards and forwards like that, or they could be misaligned by rotation. And so I get a lot of misalignment where it's slightly rotated. So I'll spin around, crack my back like that, and it'll go back into place. But I feel like there's a lot of this kind of not good movement, and it goes back and forth. So to be able, like, I used to have a lot of my friends do that thing where I would have my arms and they would wrap around and just pick me up, and my so I know, and it felt good. So I know that it's there's something there, but I don't know. I've just never done it. Never done it, but I think that's another thing I gotta do. At least it really does help, but yeah, you may have to go every couple weeks. Well, and I mean, if it helps a little bit, then it's gonna be better than not going at all. So if I go once a month, like, that's better than not going, right? I don't know. One thing said I misplaced a rib and he got it back in. He straight up told me that I would be back, but prescribed me some supplements to help my muscles keep it in place after so long. Been good ever since. Well, good for you. Good for you, sir. Definitely have to get on it.
When she was running for president, and she was like,
I've tried that. It's my upper back, and so I just can't get the angle right. I've tried every little thing. The only thing that worked was when I was in high school, the desks where they had the chair connected to the desk, and I would just push back on the desk. It worked perfectly. But I've never been able to find anything where I can do it on my own. I've tried so many different things. I've tried, doing a lacrosse ball roller, a bigger roller, all these different types of things. And the only thing that helps is either somebody lifting me up like that or stepping on my back. It's horrible. I mean, it's not that bad, but it's annoying.
To go, and it was Elizabeth Warren when she was running for president, and she was like, "We stand for all non-binary, two-spirit, and all of the like LGBTI plus."
Right.
She was talking about all the plus, and she was codifying it. And he sent me this text message with this Elizabeth Warren tweet, and he's like, "I don't know what the hell two-spirit is. We just wanted to be left the hell alone."
Isn't that perfectly exemplifying exactly what the liberal establishment is? Saying whatever we need to do to be left alone from the people who are just bitching about everything. Where would you even get one of those? I don't even know. All right, that's the new donation goal. Get Lutch one of those discs so he doesn't have to go to a chiropractor.
I don't know what the hell two-spirit is. We just wanted to be left the hell alone. And I think that, frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if me and Trump won just the normal gay guy vote. Because, again, they just...
Put one in the chat if you have not seen this clip. This clip went everywhere.
Trump won just the normal gay guy vote.
And they did.
Oh,
because
sure.
again, they just wanted to be left the hell alone, and now you have all this crazy stuff on top of it that they're like, well, no, we didn't want to give pharmaceutical products to 9-year-olds who are transitioning their genders. We just wanted to be left the hell alone.
Well, a lot of gay guys feel like the whole movement is homophobic, which is ironic because they think that there's people think there's something wrong.
Shout out to Mike Harlow. Somebody's like, Mike, you are the most homophobic person I know, and he's like, thank you. I love Mike.
Wrong with being gay, so what you really are is a girl.
Yes,
and they think that
I haven't heard that one in a while. That's something that should be more readily present in my thinking. That like, you have a problem with gayness. So if you see some fruitiness, then it must be a girl because a man can't be that way.
Think there's something wrong with being gay, so what you really are is a girl.
Yes,
and they think that a lot of this is being given. These thoughts are being given to gay kids. These kids will just grow up to be gay men, and instead you're getting them to convert their gender.
It's pharmaceutical conversion therapy, right?
And it's profitable, which is terrifying. It's terrifying once pharmaceutical corporations have they have a pattern and a history of profiting off of things. They want to keep profiting.
That's another one of those things that I've been looking at. I don't know if this is similar, but the inversion tables, because a lot of it is just compression and just the compression of gravity. So you flip that up and get it right back into place. I feel it. I feel you.
They have a pattern and a history of profiting off of things. They want to keep profiting.
You're a Latinx
off it. They don't want to just stop. And so right now, this has become a profitable venture that's scaled. If you could look back from like 2007 to 2024, there's way more of these air quotes gender affirming care centers.
Oh, I thought this was a fucking buy link. I know what they look like. All right. You guys see this, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not spending $300 on a desk that I'm not going to fit into anymore. Actually, I probably will, but Behave said you won't know until you try it. My mom broke her ass, so she went to a chiropractor. Her ass looks better than ever. Hey, well, shout out to Behave's mom. Pics, or it didn't happen. I joke.
Yes,
and they're profitable.
Well, and this used to be something that the old left, right? The criticism that was.
If I was going to buy one of those chairs, I would just buy an inversion table. It seems like, yeah, exactly. And you could feel it. And it's been so bad that at times I don't even remember the context, but I'd just be lying on like hardwood floor, and just by laying flat, that it would fix itself sometimes. Not to the full extent, but sometimes it would be so bad that just laying flat, the gravity of it would just, I don't know. Well, I was talking about the fucking inversion table. That's going to be cheaper, if not a little bit more expensive, and directly relevant to what I need.
Yes.
And they're profitable.
Well, and this used to be something that the old left, right? The criticism that was made of American healthcare, which I always thought made some sense as a conservative guy, is that when you have the profit motive influencing government policy around healthcare, then yeah, okay, sometimes the profit motive can be a good thing. Like, we're going to develop life-saving cancer drugs. We want that to happen, right? And I'm fine with people making a big profit for that. But then sometimes they'll try to manipulate government policy to make their own drugs more profitable, not because it's good for health, but because these people just naturally, like most people, want to make some money.
Yeah.
And that conversation has totally disappeared. Like, I got into a big argument, and this person, you can read about it in the New York Times, later disavowed our friendship and leaked our text messages to the New York Times. But the breaking point was I came out against this gender transition for minors when I was running for the Senate a few years ago. And she's a transgender individual, and she kind of flipped out on me.
Oh,
the thing that
you have ideas that are not exactly the same as mine?
Dare you?
I never understood, because she's like very much an old school leftist, is, are you not at all a little bit worried about how rich people are getting by prescribing experimental therapeutics to 9, 10, 12-year-old kids? Like, this used to be something that the American left would have gone crazy about. And now the only people who are raising concerns about it are conservative Republicans. But we should be concerned because it's not just like the lobbying and the influence. I mean, there's something called the Diagnostic Statistical Manual. It's sort of the manual of psychiatric disorders. And I think that we're on the DSM-5, as it's called, which is the 5th edition of this manual.
I have a degree in this. That makes me, anything that I say about this, guys, you have to listen to me, because I'm the one with the bachelor's degree in psychology. Okay? Anything that I say is truth, because I'm the science.
You have drug companies that are making money that are lobbying to have, child dysphoria put into our psychiatric manuals, because then psychiatrists will treat that condition and then those pharmaceutical companies will get rich from it. Somebody should be interrogating whether the political incentives of our country actually align with the financial incentives of the pharmaceutical industry.
Well, at least somebody other than Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh is doing it, but there should be somebody a little bit more official.
Because oftentimes the answer is going to be no, but nobody's asking that question.
Well, we've always known that children are very easily influenced and that children shouldn't be allowed to make life-changing decisions when they're very young. That's why they can't get tattooed.
Absolutely.
We've always known that. And then all of a sudden, because of gender, that's abandoned.
That's right.
We've completely changed the way we think that.
There's got to be a good way to phrase a question about proposing a bill to allow children to get tattooed. And don't use the language of tattoo, but use the idea of freedom, freedom of expression, bodily autonomy. There's got to be a way to draft up, by their logic that they use with the trans stuff, that they would sign a bill that children could get face tattoos. That would be a good social experiment where you have that. Again, you would have to take time to actually word it right and be like, hey, you go out with a clipboard. And you're like, hey, would you like to sign our petition to, out with whatever the cover is. And then they sign it and you're like, actually, what you just did was fucked up. How many of them would be like, oh no, I know. I think they would just pass it. Pass it meaning like pass on it? Or what do you mean?
Children, they just know. I've had mind-numbing conversations with people who believe that, and it all falls.
They would just pass the bill. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. Buckmaster General said I got a tattoo in a biker's basement when I was 17. Don't tell my mom. I'm going to tell her even harder.
Apart if you just keep asking questions.
That's right.
Just ask them to define, how can you know this? What about the development of the frontal lobe? What about this understanding that children have never been able to make life-changing decisions?
Correct.
You don't allow them.
That's it. You know what? You're right. So maybe a better, because I mean, if people are already okay with kids transing themselves, maybe the social experiment would be to get them to say, to make it about, or to say that it's about tattoos, and make it about the tattoos, and make the argument. And number one, see how many people are like, oh yeah, kids should be able to get tattoos, and make it more restrictive. I don't know. We got to workshop it. It's half baked right now, but we'll put it together. Yeah, at least they're not getting sterilized. And I'm with you there. You make a compelling argument, sir.
Understanding that children have never been able to make life-changing decisions.
Correct.
You don't allow them to drink alcohol. You don't allow them to get tattooed. They can't join the military when they're 10. Like there's a lot of shit you can't do when you're a little kid.
Yeah,
why are you letting them just change their gender? And what does this even mean?
Right.
And then the New York Times thing that comes out where it shows that they had a whole study about these puberty blockers that showed that they do not help the children's mental health, and that they probably have a lot of horrific side effects.
Exactly.
And so they decided not to release the study.
And that's before we even talk about desistance rates.
Publish that, right? Which shows you the corruption of science is that we're actually not publishing studies that suggest that gender transition craziness has reached the boiling point. I mean, you have kids. I have a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old. Every single day, my 4-year-old or 2-year-old will come to me and say something that is batshit insane because they're 4 and 2.
Yeah.
Like my 4-year-old will come and say, "Daddy, I'm a dinosaur." Right.
I missed these here. I was saying I fell for osteopathic adjustment. Once that guy completely fucked my pelvic structure up and blamed me, I paid that sadist that sadistic DO. That's sadistic DO. Doctor of osteopathy. I paid that sadistic DO to put me back in alignment. Why wouldn't you go to somebody else? I was dumb. Okay, I put my skeleton in your hand, but I didn't think my neck is supposed to go this way. Yeah, if I went to somebody and they fucked me up, I would go to somebody else. But that's just me.
Because they're 4 and 2.
Yeah.
Like my 4-year-old will come and say, "Daddy, I'm a dinosaur." Right? I'm going to take him to like the dinosaur transition clinic. And
Of course. Why wouldn't you? If you don't, that's child abuse. Would you rather have a dinosaur child or a dead child?
Scales on them. And
well, the other thing is, like, if you were encouraging them, and some parents it's just I'm just going to say it, even though it sounds gross. They want their kid to be a part of the LGBTQ thing because it looks like a flag of virtue that they can post in their front lawn. Oh, look, we have a queer child. Like, oh, you're amazing. There's a weird thing about it with some of these nutty parents.
Well, again, if you know that they are thinking of everything on the basis of identity politics, like, oh no, I'm white, straight, and cis. I'm a bad person. But if you're queer, then we're all good. It's that simple. It's that simple.
Where you could imagine them there has to be some reason why this enormous percentage of Hollywood kids are trans. Like, how many celebrities have trans kids? It's new. It's not a thing that was going on just a few. It was rare in the past.
It becomes a social signifier for a lot of parents, and we have to be honest about that fact. And if you look at where the gender craziness is the most common, it's most common among
young girls. Oh, okay.
Class to lower middle class white progressives,
young girls and older men. Carl says 100% right. I worked in a pediatric ER for years. Most of the time, the parent was crazy. There's a lot of crazy people out there, and there's no test to have children.
100%.
Now, you could believe, okay, that there's just like something genetic going on in the mind of a wealthy white progressive, or you could believe that this is a cultural trend that we should be questioning a lot more than we are right now. And unfortunately, I mean, here's one thing that I really worry about is, okay, think about the incentives. People are very good at rationalizing things. If you are a, middle class or upper middle class white parent, and the only thing that you care about is whether your child goes into Harvard or Yale, like, obviously that pathway has become a lot harder.
And of course, we've seen the scandal with all the Hollywood elites doing, paying extra. I don't even like, given all the other problems with the higher educational institutions. Gotta say, I don't really care about rich people doing rich people stuff. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Munchausen by proxy syndrome. Munchausen by proxy. So Munchausen syndrome is a mental disorder where you will fake being sick or hurt to get medical attention, and proxy just means somebody else. So if you have, which again is both are in the DSM-5 that were brought up before, Munchausen by proxy. So the way that it used to show up was you'd have these histrionic mothers, and they would just lightly poison their kids, so they're constantly in the hospital, getting that kind of attention. And then, I mean, I'm sure like there was ways that it manifested, but it wasn't, it wasn't so much of a thing until the transes came around, and then kids were in danger
into Harvard or Yale. Like, obviously that pathway has become a lot harder for a lot of upper middle class kids, but the one way that those people can participate in the DEI bureaucracy in this country is to be,
I'm queer now, so that makes me cool.
Trans. And is there a dynamic that's going on where if you become trans, that is the way to reject your white privilege, right? That's the social signifier.
Yeah.
The only one that's available in the hyper woke mindset is if you become gender non-binary.
Non-binary is the best one because you don't even have to do anything. You just say I could say I'm non-binary, and like you don't have to do anything, but all of a sudden you're a part of the group.
Yeah. Well,
we should be another thing about, because I've been thinking more about like, okay, the channel's growing, we're getting more people, and as more money is coming into the channel, then I want to be able to use that to do bigger stuff to continue growing the channel, so on and so on and so forth. And like, if there was a way for, a bunch of us, if there was something for women only, and that wasn't like, the example I'm thinking of is there was a women's only job fair, and or I don't even remember, it was like women and queer or whatever, and it was supposed to be for underprivileged people, but a bunch of dudes just went like, yeah, I'm non-binary, and it was all men there. And so I think that type of culture jamming is what needs to be done in order for these low information voters to see like, oh, that's how it plays out, because these people are just doing first order thinking. Like, people want to be trans, so we should let them be trans. That's the level that, and it stops there. It was women and those who identified as women. Yeah. So it was a women's conference, women in tech. There you go. Indeed. Shout out to Jumbled Up over on Kick. Said 54% of white women indeed voted for Trump. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party.
You just say I could say I'm non-binary, and like you don't have to do anything, but all of a sudden you're a part of the group.
Yeah, well, that's right. And again, I think it's important to sort of, most people are not saying, "Oh, I'm white privileged. How do I become part of the privileged set?" But it's these weird ways in which these ideas creep into the mind to the mainstream,
right?
And people are very good at rationalizing these things. And so, what I think 20, 30 years ago, even among very well-to-do white progressives, like an 11-year-old says, "I think 11-year-old boy says, I think that I'm a girl."
Going a little too fast. I'm gonna slow it down by one.
Most of the time, we would have said, "Oh, that's ridiculous and crazy," and ha ha ha, and come back.
Yep. Shout out to Zuby. Zuby was the powerlifter, said he was a woman, and proceeded to destroy all of the records. Hell yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
To me, in a couple of days. Now, I think there's this massive incentive to try to say, "Oh my God, does that mean that my kid is trans?" And I also think it's, to your point, very warping on the minds of young kids, because what they're now doing is
Shout out to Knucklehead TV. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Said, I like this guy. I like this guy too. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Taking normal adolescent curiosity and normal adolescent discomfort. Like, I don't know a single person who went from the ages of 10 to 15 who didn't say, "Oh, like, sometimes I had some, weird ideas, or I dressed weird for a couple of years or something," right? It's a confusing phase for most Americans. We take that normal adolescent confusion, and then we try to medicalize it. And nobody's saying, "Oh, when we do medicalize it, by the way, a lot of pharmaceutical companies get very rich off of it."
Not only very rich, but then the child is sterilized.
Yep. So I'm telling you, this is all due to feminism. Feminism is the most toxic ideology. Agreed. I mean, you have... that's our next poll. Which is worse? I'm going to say, which is worse? Jump up if you just want to let me know in the chat. Or I could give you the link if you want to come over and chat on YouTube. But the poll is, which is worse? Feminism or... Marxism.
Yes.
I mean, this is for a lot of these kids. They'll never be able to have children ever again. If they change their mind, if they one day decide, "Oh, I was just..."
Jumbled Up said, DNA solve crimes, but can't be used to solve sports questions. Oh, that's a bar. Well said, sir. Well said.
Going through a confusing time in my life, but now I've ruined my voice with hormones. My ovaries are destroyed. I had my testicles removed. Like, the whole thing is crazy.
So this is where I had the real breaking point with a friend that I mentioned earlier. Is she made this argument that puberty blockers are fully reversible.
That's crazy.
And I'd actually never heard that. I mean, this is a few years ago. I'd never heard that argument before. And so I actually went and looked at it and looked at the data on this. The idea,
spoiler alert, that's not true.
That if you give puberty delaying, puberty blockers, whatever you're going to call them, to kids who are 11, 12, 13, that's fully reversible. That is completely and preposterously insane. Now, even the most radical advocates of trans healthcare do not say that.
But remember, in What is a Woman, the second woman, but the first doctor that Matt Walsh talked to, was like, it's just like pressing pause when you're listening to music, and it picks up right on the next note when you press play. So you could just be on these hormones for 15 years. And then at 30 years old or 25 or whatever, you're going to go through puberty at 25 years old. Not a biologist. Didn't ever take an anatomy class. But that doesn't seem right. Call me stupid. Maybe I'm wrong. But I don't know. Am said it's definitely feminism, which is based in Marxism, but has a certain unique capability that other Marxist ideologies don't have. Interesting. Why is what a topic? JD Vance? Because he's our vice president, or he's going to be. As I said, if the women do not have authority, Marxism will cease to exist in America. The radical feminists are the loudest pushers of that stuff. And that's why I didn't say communism, and I said Marxism.
preposterously insane. Now, even the most radical advocates of trans healthcare do not say that, right? Because look, I mean, you have sexual dysfunction, you have, to your point, hair in weird places that won't go away, you have voice changes that won't go away. We are experimenting on tens of thousands of American children. We're making them miserable. It's not having any long-term health benefit. It's making a lot of pharmaceutical companies rich. And it's conservative Republicans are the only ones saying, maybe this is a little crazy. Maybe we should stop.
Well, when he says conservative Republicans, do you think he's talking about the conservative branch of the Republican Party? Or do you think he's more saying the conservatives and Republicans, whichever title you use? Because he keeps saying the conservative Republicans. I'm not a conservative Republican, but I have a channel that speaks out against all this stuff, and none of you two, even though a lot of you are a lot farther into the Republican Party than I am. So I'm just curious, what do you interpret when he says the conservative Republicans? Behave said liberal gays are the most entitled people next to liberal white women. They make up the weirdest shit. That's our next poll. So feminism wins by a mile. And so who is more entitled in general? So we're not saying none of liberal gays or liberal white women. Let me know. Why is this even a topic? Because children are getting sex changes. That's why we're talking about it. It's a very, very bad thing. And it's happening. And it's being pushed and accepted and encouraged by an entire political party in a two-party system. Why would we not talk about it? Behave said feminism is the gateway to communism. Both suck elite 99%er balls. Can't argue with that.
And it's conservative 50-50. Republicans are the only ones saying,
who's worse, liberal gays or liberal white women?
Maybe this is a little crazy. Maybe we should stop.
Well, it just shows you how a lot of this, if you can call it a mind virus or whatever it is, it does make people behave religiously.
Yes.
So it's like they're ignoring all of these signs.
Tell us how you really feel, Ian.
It's because it doesn't line up with this ideology that they subscribe to.
That's right.
Like you have to support trans kids. Like, okay, what are you even saying? How is this a new thing so pervasive? How is it everywhere? And how are you letting them compete with girls in school? That one drives me bananas. When you have biological males, all they have to do is they don't even have requirements in some schools. You don't have to be taking hormones.
Nope.
You can just identify and you can compete as a girl.
Self-ID is the most, I don't even know, the most inclusive way to go about our world. Because I'm saying, why does that even exist? I mean, because they're fucking crazy. They're crazy, and they have this ideology, and it's dogmatic. So logic cannot pierce the ridiculousness of the ideology, and so they follow it to an extreme. I don't even know the word. A horrifying degree. I mean, just Jazz Jennings alone. And said liberal gays don't outnumber liberal white women. That was not the question. Liberal white women push multiple agendas. There. Agreed. But yes, it's the individual liberal gay, the average individual liberal gay, or the average individual liberal white woman. There are a lot more white women, liberal white women. So as a crowd, they are worse. But I don't know. Alex said, white women are lower on the hierarchy, so their entitlement stops when they're encroaching on the next tier of their victimhood. Does it though? I don't know. He's talking about. Well, I know he's talking about common sense things, but I'm asking what specifically he means. Because again, I would not. If you're saying conservative, I think Am was saying just like that branch, and just saying people on the right in general. But because if he's saying only conservative Republicans as opposed to other Republicans, it'd be like, hey, yo, motherfucker, I'm right here.
And of course, that causes injury to the young girls.
Of course.
And again, this gives me faith in the wisdom of the American people, because if you see how radically the Democrats leaned into this stuff 4 years ago, and how
I would say the exact opposite. I think they have way too many orgasms, and that is their entire life, which is why abortion is so important to them. Maybe close your legs and chill the fuck out and get a hobby. Learn something. Read a book instead of getting raw dogged.
how much, Kamala Harris is running away from it today. Most Americans, they don't really care who you sleep with. They're pretty open-minded about most lifestyle choices. But when you talk about having a biological male compete with their teenage girl in competitive sports, Americans are saying, no. This is crazy. You're causing injury to my kids. We have to stop this.
It not only that, it like ruins chances of getting scholarships. If you were the #1 player and then all of a sudden some guy comes along who wears lipstick, now he's the #1 girl on the team. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
There was a recent pool tournament in England. It's a women's pool tournament. And in the semifinals, 2 guys are playing each other.
Yeah. Well, and it looks, when you see them in the...
That is how, that is the natural or logical conclusion to this ideology. Men are bigger and stronger on average, even though I'm not. Men are bigger and stronger than women. Men are going to do better in physical activity than women. That is why we have women's sports. And said this is why they are as they are, because they're disregarded as crazy. But who just almost had a crazy progressive in the White House? Men need to step it up and create clear boundaries with women. Agreed. Now, that doesn't absolve the women of being fucking whores. But stop sleeping with fucking whores if you want a better country. If you don't care and you're just trying to get your nut off, I mean, do you. Like JD Vance was just saying. Americans in general don't really care. I am one of those Americans. That being said, there are obvious consequences to actions. You do stuff's going to happen. You do different stuff's going to happen. Crazy, right?
Women's pool tournament, and in the semifinals, 2 guys are playing each other.
Yeah. Well, and it looks, when you see them in the actual, swimming pool competing, it looks like the biological males are running at 1.5x speed and everybody else is running at normal speed, right? This is just...
That's a nice little a niche joke for me. You guys know how I love to speed everything up, including what we're watching right now.
Really different.
Yeah.
And to your point about it destroys opportunities for scholarships, I mean, go back to the original reason why we wanted girls' sports, why we have Title IX in the United States of America to begin with. Like, we recognized that competitive sports, like, what does it teach, right? It teaches you how to participate on a team. It teaches you to recognize your own weaknesses and the strengths of your teammates and vice versa, right? Like, I'm the father of a 2-year-old daughter. I want my daughter to learn these important life skills. I don't want her going into athletic competitions where I'm terrified she's going to get bludgeoned to death because we're allowing a 6'1" male to compete with her in sports where you should not have biological males competing with biological females.
How do you see that as not a logical argument? I don't get it. I get what you want as the trans people. I get that you want to be I get that you want to compete where you're going to do better, and I get that you want to pretend that it's about your identity, or that you've been brainwashed to think that your gender is the only thing that matters about you. I get those things. But then when you hear this, you got to be like, oh, okay, yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Male to compete with her in sports where you should not have biological males competing with biological females.
Not only that, but they get...
Can you see him shaking? Is it raining? What's the matter, Buzz? Why are you shaking? Why don't you come over here? Yeah, come over here. Why are you bugging out? I know. We're going to be all right.
It to change with them in the locker rooms. That's where it gets... Like, there was one in Canada where a 50-year-old man identified as a teenage girl. He was a professor. Do you know about this guy?
I haven't heard about this.
And he was changing. He was in a swim meet with teenage girls.
Yeah.
And he's changing in the same locker room as them. And then...
It's crazy.
The problem with that is people, there's a psychological condition called autogynephilia. And autogynephilia is where men are...
Put a 1 in the chat if you have not heard of autogynephilia or know what it means. I'm going to give you guys a second. I'm curious on how widespread this is. Because if you're in the conversation, you should have a general idea of what this is. If not, then when I explain it, you should be like, oh yeah, I knew what that was. I just didn't know what it was called. Hey, we got Funk Master General again, carrying the show, guys. Carrying the show. No question, no comment, just pure love of the game. Out sponsoring himself. Sir, thank you so very, very much. The Overlord and I very much appreciate it. I mean, stop shaking, at least for a minute. You did that, brother. Thank you so very, very much. Right, let's dive back in.
People.
We said, right click. You've never heard of AGP? Yeah, check it out. It's very real, and again, why we see where it's mostly teen girls and older men.
There's a psychological condition called autogynephilia.
Oh my goodness! Hey, Carl's Frosted Tips with the 501. So give my man peanut butter. I'm so tired of this woke DEI stuff. Let's get America back to normal. I am with it, and I think that 1 cent. Am I 255? Oh, not quite. Funk still got it. But you are very close to being the new co-sponsor. You're already sponsored on the gifts, but thank you so much. Let's get Morty his treat here. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for Morty. Gentlemen, thank you so very, very much. You guys are amazing. We also got Sarah Marie. Welcome to the party. And that is exactly right. AGP, men getting turned on by being viewed as women. It's creepy and weird. I still wish they would have gotten something better. That's all I ever hear. That Amanda Bynes. Jamal Duff said, feminist jurisprudence has created a system where women can manipulate law enforcement to claim royal privilege status and wrongfully condemn men at will. Bingo. Yep. So when Guamsek, you're talking about I don't know what women can do. They can ruin multiple men's lives just with their words. So that's a lot. I guess gays could do that, but I think the woman's going to have a little bit more social capital. And yes, just in case you're just joining us, Funk Master General is now a Latinx. So the pill caused women to choose effeminate men, I was informed. Yep. The evolution of the neck beards and their soft bellies. Yep. You got it.
It's crazy.
The problem with that is there's a psychological condition called autogynephilia. And autogynephilia is where men are sexually aroused by the idea of dressing and behaving like a woman, but they're heterosexual. Now, all of a sudden, these people with this known psychiatric disorder are allowed to just identify as a woman, and you're a bigot if you don't let them change in the women's.
And you're expected to empower them at the expense of young women who are very often much more vulnerable for obvious reasons than young men. And it reminds me of, the very first congressional delegation trip that I ever took was to Paris. I think it was to Paris.
Really?
And it's part of the Paris Air Show, and Ohio has all these, aviation interests. And anyway, long story short, I was talking to a very conservative woman at the Paris Air Show who was from Mississippi, and she was probably 65, 70. And it was really interesting because I was just like, how do you find the city? She'd never been to Paris before. And I'm just, interested in people. So I was asking her, and she said, what's really interesting is I just feel like Paris, I would think of as very liberal, but I actually think Paris is more conservative than some of the big cities in the United States. And I said, oh, tell me more about this. And this woman doesn't know me very well, and she's clearly kind of embarrassed to tell me, but she walks through, she says, well, I just don't see any people like when you're in Paris, the girls are girls and the boys are boys. And that's true in Paris, and that's not necessarily true in some of our big cities.
Facts. Sam Marie said, and Pink celebrates LGBT. I got LGBT on the mind. She celebrates AGP not least in one of her last videos, alongside grieving her own daughter to identify as non-binary. Munchausen by proxy. Munchausen by proxy. Where we at here? Carl said, my daughter is 4, and when I ask her how many genders are, she says 2 proudly. That's parenting. There you go. Hey, so liberal women can't help, and clearly you guys agree, can't help but ruin lives, marriages, and governments. From the graveyard womb to the borders, they welcome death to us as a tribute to women's rights and open borders. God damn. You guys are on fire tonight. Dilly. Context, I didn't say I didn't know what they can do. I was talking about entitlement. Yeah, women have more power, but I still wonder if gay people might be more entitled. I don't know. It seems like most people do not think so. But yeah, again, that's a good point. And if that is so, that's because of feminism. Deteriorates motherly qualities and promotes single parenthood. Boy moms increasingly prioritize themselves and treated sons as the man of the house, which causes resentment and weaker men, accounting for time among several factors, and thus the modern world. Women are practical, not loyal. Bingo. Yup. Indeed. Matthew King said, I'm not one for kink shaming, but I'm also not okay with making unconsenting people play along. Exactly. That's the like consent. Consent is consent. If you didn't give consent, then you're, not in accordance with the social sensitivities that we are okay with, even if it's not technically illegal. Mugman says, hard to explain hermaphrodites to a 4-year-old. You don't need to. There's 2 genders, and sometimes they get a little mixed up. That's it.
And then she says, she says,
but it's very, very, very uncommon. If somebody tells you that they are that, then they're probably brainwashed.
She says, Senator Vance, I'm embarrassed to tell you this, but when I was in New York City recently, I saw a grown man who was walking around in a mini skirt. And then she gets very quiet. She said, Senator Vance, I could see his balls.
He probably wanted you to see his balls.
And exactly. He wanted you to see his balls because that's where he goes home. Oh, they were looking. Oh, I love it. Carl said, I work for a liberal hospital health system, and they try to shove the DEI shit on us. I show my arm tattoos, which clearly shows I'm a conservative. Haven't heard that term ion in a while.
Realize, oh my God, this is not empowerment. This is not respecting lifestyle choices. Right. We're letting a grown man walk around in a miniskirt in broad daylight. Like, what are you talking about? I feel like
you should be allowed to wear a miniskirt. If a girl can wear a miniskirt, you can wear a miniskirt.
Oh, absolutely. Just tuck your fucking balls away.
That's not what bothers me. But what bothers me is if I have to see your balls.
To flash. Exactly. Well, you know what? I'll change my mind on this. At least gay people aren't just bitching and complaining about being able to murder children at the whim all the time, let alone the other shit. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely on that side, but only because it's convenient for their own political goals. So, yeah. And I mean, definitely not saying there's not entitlement in the liberal gay community. Definitely not saying that. But yeah, when it matches, when they match up, I think the women are just that much worse. They're gays, but they are still men. Yeah, I haven't heard that one well because it just becomes intersex or non-binary presenting or some bullshit. As Freud wrote, there's no such thing as sexual perversion. There's deviance. There's sadistic impulse. There are many things that can go awry. So again, I'm having trouble here. So again, just to back out and maybe give you guys a behind the scenes, I try to, pull up every chat to keep you guys involved. But if there's a chat like this, that's kind of just saying a thing. I don't want you to not say things because you want to say them. I just want you to know, like, when it's stuff like this, and you're not asking me a question. You're not making a comment for me to reply to. if I skip it, it's not because I'm being mean. It's just because I don't have anything to say to it. So we can move on with the show. All right. And so transgender people who wanted to live cross genders without sex assignment, sex reassignment surgery. Yeah. Yep. Transsexualism is when an individual identifies with a gender that is different from their biological one, but they don't use that anymore. They just use transgender as an umbrella term. And that, I'm not sure. There was absolutely, when we talk about men and women and what is a woman and all that stuff, there was definitely semantic obfuscation there. But I think we're now at a place where it is legitimate linguistic creep, where like that's what that's the understanding that people have, that when you say transgender, you're speaking about people at every stage of transition, whether they're non-binary and only ID and don't even change their name, all the way up to somebody who's had all the surgeries. It said, let's just stick to facts. Female XX, male XY. Anything else is fiction. Bingo. I'm with it.
People in broad daylight in New York City,
you're a pervert.
You're a pervert.
You're just a
if
pervert.
That's what you're doing, you're a pervert. And I want all of us to say, whatever your political persuasion, just say, no, that's weird.
Right.
You're not allowed to walk down the street and flash children in the middle of the world's or the America's biggest city. And it reminds me, Emmanuel Macron, who's the leader of France, made this observation about, somebody asked him, why hasn't all the transgender stuff made its way into France? And Emmanuel Macron says, well, in France, we have 2 genders, and that's plenty. And I kind of wish that was the attitude that we had in the United States of America.
We do. We do. It's just that too many people are afraid to speak up against the bullshit. Hopefully, after last week, that will change, but we'll see. I think they only have the how many iterations of I can't keep up with that shit. So the terminology they use is relevant, just like when they talk about capitalism, meaning Marxist, they talk about private ownership, right? But I'm saying I think the terminology that they use is specifically not using transsexual, but instead using transgender to be inclusive to the people who haven't gone through surgery, haven't gone through the medical transition, because then it creates a hierarchy where the transsexual is higher on the hierarchy than the transgender, and they don't want that. They want to all be on the same team so that they can have power together. So they just go, they all just become trans. That's the semantic obfuscation and the linguistic creep. So Marie said the most disturbing flag of them all is the map flag. Yep. I mean, do we need to take a poll? Does anybody not think his wife is a man? Put a 1 in the chat if you do not think that Bridget Macron is a man.
Well, have you ever heard Mark Andreessen break down why woke is like a cult? He does it. He's a brilliant guy.
He's a very good friend. Yeah, I've heard this. Yeah,
it's brilliant, and he talks about how you can be excommunicated from the cult if you don't follow the doctrine. You have to follow it religiously to the letter. That's where all this stuff, like if you're allowing guys to just have their balls hanging out walking down the street because it's empowering, and because like you're being inclusive, like you're empowering perverts.
Yeah, it's a cult and it's a religion, but with one big difference. And I think this is, actually this observation is probably one of the things that led me back to my own faith. But I sort of just a fundamental background belief I have about humanity is, we're the hardware, right? We're biological organisms. We're the hardware, and the software is the ideas that we have in our head. And certain software promotes human flourishing, and certain software destroys human flourishing. And I think that the good kind of ideas tend to promote human flourishing. Most world religions have, but the woke stuff doesn't have, is forgiveness and redemption.
Yes.
Right. It has the excommunication part, but it doesn't have the forgiveness and redemption part.
Which is exactly why grace is a very important part of, if we are going to be building a secular morality. Clearly, the leftists fucked it up. That doesn't mean that it cannot be done. But as JD has correctly identified, there needs to be grace and forgiveness. There needs to be grace and forgiveness, and that is not impossible just because you don't have a God.
And redemption.
Yes.
Right. It
that's
has the excommunication part, but it doesn't have the forgiveness and redemption part. Most people recognize that even if you violate some fundamental moral value that I have.
Exactly. They don't want to use the transsexual term because most of them are not going to that level. And so that downgrades their oppression. And so if we just mush them all as transgender, well, I'm transgender because I said my name is different now. Well, now you're on the same level as Jazz Jennings. That's exactly what they want. That is precisely and exactly what they want.
And redemption part. Most people recognize that even if you violate some fundamental moral value that I have, if you apologize and try to be a good person.
Wait, you've never seen a trans flag? They have plenty of trans flags. So where is this? Just as an update to the fights, they're in the last round of Barrios versus Ramos. I think that's the second fight on the card. Trans flags. Let's say the flag. So okay, here we go. Perfect. Beautiful. It actually gives us a good size now. So this is the lesbian flag. This is the transgender flag. This is the bisexual flag. This is the pansexual flag. This is the non-binary flag. The gender queer flag. The intersex or hermaphrodite flag. The gender fluid flag. The aromantic flag. So you not only have asexual, but you have aromantic. Then you have polysexual. Neutrosis. I do not know what that is. Androgen. I don't know what that is in this context. Bear? Is that like just the fat gay guy bear thing? Okay. And then there's agender. So you have aromantic, asexual, and agender. Then you have the current rainbow flag. You have the original rainbow flag. You have the rainbow flag from the next year without the pink strip. They took the pink strip out for some reason. Then after George Floyd, they added the black and brown. And then there's the progress flag that has all of the everything, except of course the intersex. And so the asexual is represented here. Non-binary course that also is here. Wow, it's so much representation. Hold on 1 second here. And so oh shit, that's not what I want to do. Hold on. And yeah, it's a little wild. It's wild that this is a real thing. And so again, a very, very real thing. Carl said, I like the straight flag. I said, shit. Me too. Hell yeah. Where we at now? Yeah, so they've been there. So the president of France is 46 and his wife is 71. Is she rich? I don't know. But have you seen her? I mean, I don't know how to spell her fucking name. Oh, there you go. That's a man, baby. And apparently she has a brother that nobody has ever seen. Apparently she has a brother that nobody's ever seen. That's a man, baby. That's a man. I'm trying to look and see if we can get like a look at her hips because the hips give it away. She does have rather wide shoulders as well. Of course, it's always a bug, but like she has no hips. Like, look at the curvature. Female hips and male hips. I don't know. It's fucking weird. Behave. Said liberals are pushing PDFs now. They proudly parade their junk in front of kids and hold up the map flags. They want the man boy love and man girl love. Indeed, they do. They absolutely do. Arrow said, your sexuality is not my business unless you're sitting in my lap or you're trying to sexualize children. That's my business. If you're trying to sexualize children, then your sexuality is my business. If not, hey, do what you want. What am I missing here? She met him when he was 15, and I did hear that. I did hear that. Yep. Peter. No, how would they have children? She's a man. Context said, isn't a flash supposed to be a flash? Okay, isn't a flag supposed to be a single symbol to bring many different individuals together? Yup. Not an ever-changing and ever-evolving symbol based on the flavor of the day. Yep. That's how far away from logic, rationality, reality, American values that we've gone. That is why we need this man and our president back in office.
Violate some fundamental moral value that I have. If you apologize and try to be a good person, we're going to be forgiving. We want people to be able to live together. There is this weird thing with the woke stuff where and you see this, and I feel bad when like comedians in particular do it. I'm sure you've seen this, but when anybody does this, where they'll go and say, well, I'm really sorry. They'll sort of prostrate themselves when they make an offensive joke or they do something they're not supposed to do, and they expect redemption. But no. They don't get forgiveness.
No.
What
they get piled on more. They say, ooh, look, a weak piece of bigot. Cleaning the language up a little bit there. But yeah, they see weakness. I've just started watching 60 Days In on they have it on Netflix. I think it was on TLC or 80 and on one of those things. And I didn't really know what the show was. I figured it was just one of those what they have locked up on, I think it's MSNBC or CNBC or whatever it is, where it's just like straight up documentary, person in jail, seeing what's going on. But they have volunteers that go in undercover, and can they survive for 60 days in the jail without anybody figuring them out, including the officers. So it's a really cool thing. And you could tell that the one dude goes in and he's just like this quiet little, not even little, but just this quiet, the kind of person that I would tell him, say it with your chest, that kind of person. And it's like, oh, this is not going to go well. And of course, everyone was just taking advantage of him, taking his stuff. He ordered a vape, and let me get a hit. And just the next person. He bought a $70 radio, and someone's like, yo, let me borrow that. I'll give it back to you in the morning. And he gave it to him. It's like, bro, you're in jail. What are you doing? Like, get your ass beat if you have to. But like, Behave said a sex change doesn't create a vagina. It creates a dangerous, mutilated penis. It's a wound. You need to use dildos to keep from closing. Yeah, what do they call it? Dilating. They call it dilating. You have to dilate because indeed it is a wound. Samarisi, by the way, this actually makes Bobby's question about vaccinating babies against HPV relevant. Yep. It's definitely lots changing. A lot is changing.
They're not supposed to do, and they expect redemption, but no. They don't get forgiveness.
No.
What they get is you need to do even more of what you've already done. It becomes this self-defeating, self-flagellating cycle, and I think that's what's most destructive about this is you can't be friends with people if you think they're only ever wrong. They can only ever wrong you.
Yeah.
And if they apologize, your response is not to say, oh, okay, I accept your apology. If your response is to say, no, I want you to apologize even more and even harder, that destroys human civilization.
Yep. It's an interesting observation, right? Because it really does behave like a religion, but it's a religion without like a good doctrine.
Yes.
It's a religion that hasn't been thought out by wise people.
That's right.
Where they haven't come up with these different, like the 10 Commandments or different pathways to forgiveness. There's nothing. So it's this thing that behaves like a religion, but it's not really well thought out, and it's very illogical. And it also combines pharmaceutical drug companies and there's a lot of other weird shit that's attached to this religion.
Yes.
That you kind of need. Like if you're gonna do this whole woke thing and like go guns a-blazing, you're gonna have to get drugs involved. Like they're gonna have to do hormone blockers. It's like it doesn't just happen on its own. And that somehow or another is natural to them. Like this is how you be your true self. Like your true self is you add hormones that aren't supposed to be in your body. That's your
crazy.
True self. Like how do you know?
That don't make no sense.
Oh, right. And it's irreversible. Are we fucking sure? This is
And by the way, instead of your true self being, maybe I should be skeptical of some of the crap that I'm putting into my body, I should lean into the idea that I should put more foreign things into the human body. That's what to me is so fascinating about it is the true self. Like, I think all of us, that's sort of part of the human journey for truth. We're all asking, who are we?
Right.
What is our true self?
How do we reach these kids?
And maybe we should be asking ourselves, this is sort of more of a Bobby Kennedy point, but why are we putting all this weird crap into our food, into our water? Maybe we should be a little bit more skeptical, like my body is a temple, rather than I'm going to welcome even more pharmaceutical intervention into the human body. It's very interesting how some religions view the body as a temple and some religions almost invite the pollution. I think the woke thing is inviting the pollution.
Now, don't get me wrong. I like putting things... Phrasing. I like ingesting substances that may or may not be good for me. But as much as I should be allowed to do that under the confines of the law, that doesn't mean it is a good thing to promote, especially from the government. I almost said it. No, did he?
View the body as a temple, and some religions almost invite the pollution. I think the woke thing is inviting the pollution.
Well, they're also inviting. So one of the weirdest things is if you are on the wrong side of their ideology, like if you're aligned with Trump, like RFK Jr. is, now all of a sudden I've seen like people on the left that are trying to dismiss a lot of the things that he says about additives in food, about atrazine, fluoride in the water, all these different things, because now they're connecting not having toxins in your food with a right-wing idea.
It's crazy. It's mind-blowing.
It's so bananas. Like even being...
Guys, we only got 1 hour left to meet our super chat goal to get Morty his peanut butter, and we are only 4 out of 10. One more gets us halfway there. Let's get the little man some peanut butter.
Healthy, fitness. They're connecting fitness with a right-wing idea.
Yeah. Well, and it raises one of my sort of core political beliefs is that our politics is focused on fake shit and distractions to distract us from the real stuff, right? And so
and that's been the case for so long, but the layers of fakeness and the layers of what is real has become very, very, very what's the word? Obfuscated.
If I'm looking at the environmental movement in the United States of America, and I don't even have like strong views on the what the carbon footprint ultimately does. I'm sort of skeptical of the experts here, but I'm also skeptical of the other side. I just don't really know what I think about this. I think it's insane to try to eliminate fossil fuels. That's kind of a belief that I have. But it's interesting that the environmental movement in America, the only thing that it talks about is the carbon footprint, and it never talks about like, oh, why do we have the highest rates of obesity in the world right now? Right? Why is it that American kids spend less time outdoors in nature than they ever have in the history of our 250-year civilization? There's this weird way in which we get distracted by the fake stuff instead of focusing on the real stuff. And I think there is a really very important environmental conversation to be had. It was interesting when one of the first things that happened when I was a senator is you had this terrible train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. Got a lot of headlines. And
Mayor Pete!
It was a mistake at the time that wasn't obvious. They basically set off a few of the chemical cars, which, I mean, if you see the images, it looks like a nuclear bomb went off in East Palestine, Ohio. But it's putting vinyl chloride and all these other pollutants into the water, into the air, into the soil. And it was amazing. The environmental movement almost could not have cared less about a chemical explosion in rural Ohio that is potentially poisoning thousands of people, but they were really, really concerned about the carbon footprint of those same people. I'm sick of the distraction. I think we should focus on the real stuff. And unfortunately, it's true of the environmental policy, but it's true of a lot of other stuff. We just don't talk about the real thing.
Agreed. And Anne said the wokes want us to vote based on the collective compassion while they vote for their own interest. And again, I don't know if that will ever leave me. When we were doing our victory lap stream and we had that girl who straight up said, fuck your economy. What? You realize that's the quiet part. You're supposed to pretend that you care about people being able to eat and afford food for their children and clothing and a home. But yeah, fuck that. I want to be called the right thing when I'm not there. When I'm not there, I need you to legally be bound to talk about me in the way that I want you to talk about me. And I need to kill my children. That's what matters. Like they just said that. And not all of them said it so directly, but a lot of them said it for, exactly what they've been thinking the whole time, not realizing that we are aware of that, and that is precisely what we are against. Marie said, which reminds me, hey, shout out to The Good Place. Love that show. Love it. If you have not, you definitely should. Something. What?
The carbon footprint thing is very concerning to
Again, Arrow, what? How would we know what? I just said a lot of things, and JD said things, and other people said comments, and what? How would we know what?
me, because I'm seeing this concept that being pushed out of having an app that monitors your carbon footprint and limiting the amount of travel you can do and limiting the amount of things.
I know where that's going to go.
Yeah, just control. It's just controlling
absolutely
people.
about control.
And if you can do that, then you can get away with a lot of things. You can get away with a lot of policy.
Yep.
You can get away with a lot of decisions that are made that people wouldn't agree with, because you're going to limit so many things about their life. They're going to become accustomed to being governed in that way. It's disturbing to me that there's also profit that's being made off the green movement. There's a lot of people like Bill Gates who have making a lot of money off of these environmentally conscious things.
$50 million Kamala Harris, by the way.
All those bullshit fake food, that fake meat, which is not good for anybody.
Creeps me out, man.
Read about fake meat, folks. Read about how they're making this. And I'm not talking.
And again, I've talked to you about this before, but when Cam Haines used to be on Rogan all the time, I remember I jumped on Rogan watching regularly somewhere around episode 700 something, maybe later in the 700s, and I listening to Cam Haines and Steve Rinella. I was a liberal, so guns were bad, hunting is bad, all that stuff. That's the mentality I had. But when I started to listen to these guys have so much more knowledge and care for the environment, for animals, for preservation, for all of these kinds of things, then it really changed my perspective. And I was legitimately, at that time, there wasn't much to know about lab-grown meats, but it was something that was being tested and talked about, and theoretically could have been a good alternative. But of course, Big Pharma gets involved, and the small companies that developed the technology, and the FDA takes it, the EPA or whatever the fuck it is, and it all becomes bullshit because government. But I was seriously considering only ever ingesting lab-grown meat, because I don't have lab-grown meat or hunted meat, because I don't have an issue with eating meat in and of itself. But factory farm is fucked. We can't pretend it's not. But ultimately, I'm not in the position to to take that on. I tried different eating habits. You guys see that I'm already not jacked. So I definitely need enough meat in my life, if you know what I mean. No, but I definitely, a vegetarian lifestyle would never work for me. And I was looking around, and I'm really sad that that's not something that can be trusted. Maybe one day.
Not good for anybody.
Creeps me out, man.
Read about fake meat, folks. Read about how they're making this. And I'm not talking about 3D printed meat, which is a very different thing, which seems to be at least more consumable.
3D printed meat? That I don't know about. What I was talking about is where they would take some sample from an actual cow, and then use stem cells to grow more of that meat. And so it's organically or I guess chemically, it is identical to the organic meat. It's just grown in the same way that people grow. Then it's just more meat being grown. It's just not connected to an animal with any consciousness. So this is why I hunt. Well, hey, you're a Jersey guy, right? Hey, hook me up with some venison or whatever you got. Hook me up. I mean, look how skinny I am, man. Bulk my ass up.
But like the plant-based meat stuff, that's garbage. That stuff is garbage. It's highly processed garbage. If you want to eat vegetables and be vegetarian, eat Indian food. Okay, like they make really delicious.
I'm married to an Indian
food.
American. They make very good vegetarian food.
They make the best vegetarian food.
Yeah,
but it tastes good and it's actually vegetables.
Yeah,
it's not this crazy fake cheeseburger thing that you have. Like,
no, that's right. I mean,
stop eating that.
When I first started dating my wife, I just had no idea like what vegetarians ate. Right, I'm like a meat and potatoes guy from Ohio. And I wanted to make her dinner, and I wanted to really impress her because I was like madly in love with her. And
did you cook beef?
No, the meal that I made her. I'm not proud of this, but I'll tell you, was what crescent rolls are? Those like Pillsbury yeast rolls. Yeah. So I rolled out a flat thing of crescent rolls. I put raw broccoli on top of it. I sprinkled ranch dressing, and I stuck it in the oven for 45 minutes. And
that was it.
Broccoli and ranch. That's worse than the pretend thing that Tim Wall said about ground beef with no seasoning. And she still married you. Crazy.
Disgusting. And that was my vegetarian pizza that I made.
Wow.
I sneak in my neighbor's house and steal their sandwiches. That's the way to go. Oh, Anne's all about it. Anne's all about the broccoli and ranch. Of course, white women.
Did you even follow a recipe?
No.
No, just like recipe.
Just like, well, you know, it's like cream. I know she ate, you know, dairy. It's broccoli and it's bread, right? That's what vegetarians eat. So yeah, I think that to your point, that was vegetarian food can actually be quite good.
Yes.
I don't, you know, I still like I'm kind of one of these people where if I don't have a piece of meat, it's not a complete meal. But if you're gonna eat vegetarian, eat paneer and rice and delicious chickpeas. Do not eat this disgusting fake meat.
I'm just very skeptical when someone is promoting things for either global health or for the environment. And then I find out that they have a ton of money invested in companies that could fit those needs.
Yeah.
It's a real problem. It's philanthro-capitalism.
Right.
thing.
It's very weird, man. We got to look at
do the thing instead of getting credit for paying to do the thing, which actually doesn't get the thing done.
We have to look at the financial incentives of this. I mean, so one of the big things that me and President Trump confront all the time is the accusation that we're somehow like in bed with Russia. It's like the dumbest thing in the world to me. Like, I don't really care about Russia. I just don't think we should have a nuclear war, like writ large. I'm very anti-nuclear war.
That sounds reasonable.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And one of the things they never interrogate is who is the biggest funder of the green energy movement in Europe? It's the Russians. And why are the Russians funding? It's not because they care about climate change. It's because they want the Germans and everybody else to buy Russian natural gas. And they realize that if the Germans and French close down all their coal and nuclear factories, Russia is going to have them by the balls. But it's
mine did?
Mine did? Oh, okay. Joe's did?
Wait, you can remember it's the clip right here. So let's see if it actually, because it goes on again and it goes off again. Let's see.
We'll see what's up. Is this it right here? One of these popped off. That's weird. Check. Yeah. Oh, I hear me now. Yeah. I hear me.
Yeah. Okay. Got it?
Yeah. What happened? No, I'm out. No, it's gone again, Jamie.
Right there.
Huh.
Click it. Just
right
click it.
I'm back. Yeah, but I don't even know if I'm going to stay back. How will I know if it keeps working?
Well, I'm listening, but I don't know what happened.
Okay.
Right. Should we shift? Or should we let's try this and then we can
go.
Where were we? Let me know if it goes again.
Okay,
and I'll put my headphones on if it goes again. Had a slight technical problem, ladies and gentlemen.
Struggle streaming. Even Joe Rogan. Even Joe Rogan's going to struggle stream. He ain't even live. Yeah. You could have cut that out.
Oh, Jamie.
It must be. I don't know where it is, but your foot's not touching it.
No.
Am I touching something?
No. It's
okay.
It's back. It's back, Jamie. Jamie, you got to replace this. I keep saying that, but now you really do. We good? I hear it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not going to move. I'm not touching anything. All right, we're back. What were we just talking about?
Well, we're talking about how you asked why do the Germans shut down their nuclear facilities? And I know
I remember. So I was watching this at normal speed for me, which is 2.3 or 4 or whatever. It was a lot less time, and he had already made that joke. But yeah, interesting that it happened right after mentioning Russia.
Talking about,
it's they're shutting down coal, they're shutting down any of their base power, and leaning really into solar and wind. But again, the green energy movement in Europe is heavily funded by the Russians because the Russians want to have, because they produce so much natural gas, they want to have Europe by the balls. So again,
how did they convince them to shut down their nuclear power plants?
Well, in the same way that Bill Gates is convincing us to eat fake meat, is they fund all this stuff and they make it about the environment. Well, that's true.
He's
trying to.
But everybody, the problem is you look at him and you go, hey, how are you a health expert? This is look at you. The funniest thing ever was when Elon showed a photo of Bill Gates next to a photo of a pregnant man emoji, and he said, if you want to lose a boner real quick. And that's a wild boy. You imagine
Elon is funny as shit, man. He's funny as shit. Yeah,
getting
he really
dunked on
is.
by that guy's got to suck because you can't even say he's a dumbass.
Right.
You know?
That's right. Yeah. You can say many things. You can't say he's a dumbass.
You get dunked on by one of the smartest guys alive. But the point is, like, Bill doesn't look good. He looks terrible. He's aging way harder than Trump. Like, it doesn't, whatever you're doing, don't eat like that anymore. Like, go to an actual doctor. Like, I don't know what you're doing. Who's telling you eat your fake meat? You look like shit.
Yeah,
so you can't give advice. This is crazy. You
That's
can't
exactly
give advice about health.
Yeah.
You're not a healthy person.
That's right.
You know?
I did. So there's this thing called the Munich Security Conference in Germany. Obviously, it's in Munich. It's kind of like Davos, but for national security. And I went there, and it was like a big deal for me because I went in there as the one skeptic in the entire this like massive Euro complex. Kamala Harris is there. I went as the person skeptical of continued escalation in Ukraine because I think that what we're doing in Ukraine is insane, and that we should have a policy effectively of promoting peace in the region. And we walk in, and one of the people that I'm on this panel with is the leader of the German Green Party. And, you know, she's like 30 years old, and she really, really cares about Russia, Ukraine. She's like the youngest person in the German government. And you realize you are like the exact, like you guys are literally Russian influence. Like you.
Yep. So Guamzak said, I don't remember the comic that said it, but Ponce, all the Ponce. Is that what you're saying? What? But besides all the meat eating humans eat all the animals, who do you think they're coming for next? I'm going to assume whoever it was, Carlin or otherwise, delivered a little better. Love you, buddy. But, you know, that is, I don't get the joke. No, I just, what was that? Is that, but, okay, moving on. I think I'm gonna be sick of lab meat. Well, so again, that's the thing is that it sounds weird, but like, first of all, you eat a bunch of shit that comes out of a lab and has no organic material. So that's number one. Number two, again, the idea is that it is organic meat and is grown by a chemical process, or not even necessarily a chemical process, but it is grown in such a way that it is all real meat. I think, again, if I remember, I haven't looked into it in years, but if I remember, it's stem cells. And so stem cells are malleable in what they can be. And so if it literally would be like cutting off, a little piece of the cow that like they don't even fucking notice. And then, it can grow into more. And now you have a whole steak. You can grow it more. You have a whole field of steaks. And now there's no animals that need to be fed. There's no animals that are being mistreated or anything like that. And the cost of all of that is supposedly much lower, but not the biz. What? We're coming out to the vegetarians and vegans. Hey, speak for yourself, bro. I'm a libertarian. Live and let live. Not a hard goal, but yeah, they probably. What? Okay. Next poll. What would be worse? And actually, what would be worse to have to eat? Lab-grown beef or human meat? I have no idea where this is going to go. So I'm very, very, very interested to see what you guys have to say about that poll. So I already said the human brain will not function the way we want it to without feeding it the right proteins and fat cells. I'm on the verge of simply letting most as possible just continue depriving their brains. I don't know what that means.
You're accusing me of wanting to do Russia's bidding. You're encouraging your own country from the perch of government to shut down all baseload power. And you're not even self-aware about how much of your own propaganda is funded by the country that's benefiting from this. The lack of ability to interrogate. I mean, Bill Gates, maybe he's a good guy. I'm highly skeptical. I don't know him very well, but he's getting rich off of all of this stuff that he's supporting in the name of health or in the name of climate. Our inability to just ask ourselves who's getting rich from this stuff. Maybe we should be skeptical of the people getting rich from this stuff is one of our big failures as a political society.
It's a sheep costume. You put on a sheep costume when you're a wolf.
That's right.
And you make a lot of money with global health.
That's
you
right.
know, and who doesn't want global health? What a nice guy.
Yeah.
Oh, he's like very philanthropic. He's spending all this money trying to help poor people.
Right.
And then you find out, like, hey, wait a minute, how much money did you make doing that?
Yeah, exactly.
You made $500 million doing that?
Exactly.
That's crazy. It's a
Uh,
very sneaky move, but he's a smart guy. He's done a lot of very sneaky moves, like the donating all the money to the media companies, which is why they never criticize him.
That's right.
He's donated like $350 million to all these different companies.
That's right. Or, this is, I think, one of the reasons why we don't have more people asking questions about Big Pharma.
Of course.
Is the
Except we got our boy, RFK Jr., along with our boy, Monk Master General, carrying the damn show with Carl over here. That it looks like in the end, Carl and I will be the only ones basking in the Overlord's mercy. And that indeed is how it works. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. He does. And as much as he loves his treats, how much time we got? We got 34 minutes, guys. 34 minutes. That's it. That's it. We can do it. We can do it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Very much appreciated. And we, I mean, that's when that ends. But we're going. We're gonna be watching all of this all night. So you're gonna kick yourselves if we actually hit the goal after the time limit, and more you get peanut butter.
That's right. Or, this is, I think, one of the reasons why we don't have more people asking questions about Big Pharma.
Of course.
Is the entire national media. Think about how many pharmaceutical advertisements you watch when you watch a football game.
Yeah, let's get into this because this is an interesting one. So one of the things that happened that separated us from the rest of the world other than New Zealand is in the 1990s, they allowed pharmaceutical drug companies to advertise.
That's right.
Is that something that has to stay that way? Is that something that can be changed with policy, or is the financial incentives of that too big to move?
Oh, you could change it with policy. I don't know that.
Do you think that you would have enough support to do something like
it's
that?
It's an interesting question. So I've been critical of pharmaceutical advertising for a long time. My assumption is that there are not enough people who would like to do it to actually get it done. But I've never actually talked to my colleagues about it. So maybe it's possible.
I bet if you ask the American people. I bet that's one of those things. If you put it to a national vote instead of representatives, the problem with representatives is special interest groups.
Yeah,
special interest groups and lobbyists and the amount of money.
And that's all the kind of stuff that I'm looking to see. If you can't necessarily just fix it, to start moving in the direction of like, hey, the general way that this works is not good for the American people. Once we can acknowledge that, then we'll be like, all right, let's try to make single issue bills and stuff like that. It is absolutely insane to me. It is absolutely insane to me that 71% of you would eat a human before you would eat beef. Okay.
The whole conduit of money into politics.
I mean, it's only 7 votes. So if the rational people want to come in, please.
Politics is fundamentally broken. I think we have to fix that. But here's the thing. And I say this as a critic of pharmaceutical advertising. Whenever I see a pharma ad, and I pretty much only see them when I'm watching football.
No, eat the bugs and be happy.
I'm always shocked that they actually influence anybody, right? Because it's like, oh, take this drug for rheumatoid arthritis and you can have all these positive experiences. And it's like, oh, the side effects are, erectile dysfunction, rashes on your face,
death,
suicidal ideation,
tumors in your brain, and you'll hate yourself and be depressed. So you'll need this other drug. And I always wonder, like, you get so many of these weird side effects in the advertisements. How do they actually work? So I actually think that the real corruption is not really that they like persuade Americans. I mean, if you're going to take a drug, you're probably going to take a drug based on conversations with your doctor more than a pharma advertisement, but they do corrupt the media ecosystem because if you're getting all that money from the pharma companies, then you're not going to launch investigations into some of the things you should be launching investigations into.
100%. And that's why it's dangerous because it's not like these are completely innocent companies and then have never done anything wrong. So if you all of a sudden have them...
Well, I mean, if you talk to a liberal, they are a liberal in the last 8 years. Before that, it was the liberals who were, ringing the bell about Big Pharma. But times, they are changing.
because it's not like these are completely innocent companies and then have never done anything wrong. So if you all of a sudden have them removed from your list of people that you're investigating just because they advertise, they've essentially bribed you.
That's right.
They've bribed you, and you're supposed to be the people that distribute the actual news to the American people, and you're compromised.
So, okay, so let me tell you this story, and this is purely secondary. So if you know, somebody tries to fact check it, I heard this from a friend, but
you know it's gonna be good when he's got a caveat. I don't know for sure, but what I had heard.
But I heard it from a friend I trusted. So he was a guy I knew, and he worked at the largest industry lobbying organization for the pharmaceutical companies. And I was in DC, this is a long time ago, and I just kind of ran into him. And, you know, I care a lot about the opioid problem. My mom struggled with opioids for a very long time. She's been clean and sober for a while, but I'm very proud of her. I love you, Mom. I know you're watching this. But she ran into this guy in the street in DC, and he had just quit his job for this pharmaceutical lobbying organization, or he was talking about quitting. And I was like, well, why? He's like, man, we just did something that's very dark. And basically what they had figured out is because American Indian tribes, Native Americans, have tribal sovereignty. And so they figured out, I guess, that if they gave some Native American tribe some fraction of a penny of the royalties from the sale of opioids, that they could actually insulate themselves from litigation around the prescription opioid epidemic. And I guess this guy was just like, thought it was so dirty that he was like, I can't work for this organization anymore. And I was like, holy shit, that is
why is everyone not saying, oh, that's what's going on? Yeah, I can't work here either.
Some pretty dark stuff. So you guys are giving some Native American tribe like pennies so that you can insulate yourself from pharmaceutical litigation. I'd be very curious. I should follow up on this to see if that actually happened. But again, just to be clear, if the media tries to fact check me, this is what I heard from a friend.
Jamie fact checker right
Jamie,
now.
I'm very curious if this actually happened. Look into it, because but I think it did happen, because I saw the look on this guy's face, and he was like, "Man, this is some pretty dark stuff."
That's crazy.
Yeah, man,
but that's how corporations behave. You know, we were just the trigonometry guys were on here yesterday, and we were talking about it.
What do you guys think of trigonometry? We covered them a few times earlier in the year or last year, and then I kind of didn't. I don't know. Like, I don't hate them, but just not really. I don't know. I was not raised by wolves, but if you were, I stand with you. Well, like I said, I saw a video making cricket powder bread once. I swore off the bugs from that point on. Technically, crickets are a great source of protein, but they're bugs. So, nah. I heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend. Well, that's how Christianity works, and you all follow that. I see, baby goat. My pig farmer brings me goat meat to put my hair up with the neck bones. She laughed. Cold Mountain. Okay, I'm done with you.
The corporations behave like psychopaths. Like there's a book about it. It's like they describe how this endless pursuit of. They really. You know what it is?
Okay.
Whenever I move the mic, tell me when it's back.
You just hit it and it made a noise. It must be the cable. Let's just do it. Sorry.
Oh, this is it, dude.
Oh, is that?
You got it.
Oh, you got it.
This was loose. Try.
I was watching it so fast that I thought that the first time the mic went off and this was in the same few seconds.
Right now. Tell me now.
I mean, I heard that
Do
click.
it
I don't know
now.
if it was.
Is that it?
Do it now.
Okay, yeah.
What was that
Put a
thing when
grow on.
Sorry.
Pharmaceutical companies
Someone in particular?
using giving royalty streams to Native American tribes to
Another very convenient moment for that mic to go off.
insulate themselves from lawsuits. Anyway, yeah.
It's very scary stuff.
Well, but yeah, this is like one of the things that I think is genuinely different about, and I don't want to get too partisan political here, but about Donald Trump's Republican Party is I mean, yeah, obviously, like there are corporations that we're more pro certain businesses, and we tend to be more anti certain businesses. Like, for example, big tech. I hate big tech. We can get into that later. But fundamentally, I think President Trump has changed the mindset of the Republican Party to where it was like instinctively always pro-corporate. We're now sometimes willing to ask, well, is this corporation's interest in the American interest? Like there was this famous quote, I believe, from the leadership of GM back in the 1950s, that General Motors' interest is America's interest. And I'm probably butchering the quote, but sort of paraphrased, can anybody really in 2024 say that Google's interest is America's interest, or Apple, which employs thousands of slaves in Shenzhen, is Apple's interest is America's interest? Like, I just
They're
don't.
not even in the interest of their own customers. They're not. Apple is not even the like. If any of you have an iPhone, you're fucking retarded. That company hates you. I don't know how you give 10 times as much money for a worse phone with worse service. Like, I don't know how many of you still think that the green bubbles are because Androids are bad. Like, they just make it so that you can't get the text message the way that we see that we see it. Like, if I send a picture to another Android, or an iPhone sends a picture to me, or a video to me, I see that fine. I send a picture to an iPhone purposely downgrades that. And yet somehow you guys think you're the cool kids. Liberal mindset.
That's ridiculous. And the fact that we're at least somewhat skeptical of corporate power in the Republican Party, I think is a very good trend for us.
It is kind of weird that one of
you guys are insane. I cannot believe that you would eat a fucking human. I don't believe you. I think you're just saying that.
the woke companies. If you thought about like woke companies and like super progressive,
convince me. If you said you would eat a human meat before beef because it was lab grown, then I would love to hear your argument. I would love to hear your argument.
Progressive and like on the right side of everything. Yeah. Apple's like one of the best ones. And
is it though?
They have phones that are made by slaves. Yeah. Like the people,
like definitionally,
yeah. The people they're putting nets around the building because so many of them were jumping to their deaths.
Yes.
Instead of fixing the work conditions, they just go,
that's right.
Put up some nets.
Yeah, put up some nets so that people can't commit suicide.
The crazy thing is, you still like all these like progressive people are using these devices to talk about like important social issues.
Oh yeah. Well, and talking about
yes, you do. There's a learning curve because iPhones are made for children. And women, no, they're made for people who aren't able to do things. So they just make everything, oh, this is the way it's done. But on Android, like it's especially because of the fact of the age that we're in, where we spend so much time on our phone. For me not to be able to move this app over here or have the colors that I want or the pages set up, that would drive me insane. When there's an app that I have because I have one page of apps. I have my homepage, and then I have one folder here that has a couple other apps that I don't use as much. But yeah, there's my homepage, and then I have my calendar, but that's it. That's it. That's all I need. Everything is right here. I like the sleek black, but if you don't, you could change it to whatever you want. It's just insane to me that people still believe that it's the Apple, that it's the Androids that make the pictures and all that stuff worse. Like, I don't get it. They are both bad, but I mean, would be worse to have to eat? How is that? What did you get confused about?
Progressive people are using these devices to talk about like important social issues.
Oh yeah. Well, and talking about distractions, right? The distractions, like
They do that? My iPhone initially wouldn't let me send it due to nudity? What? That would be the day that if I was to have ever been an Apple person, that I would be like, goodbye. I mean, the one thing, they do have is, they won't let the government on the back end. Sometimes they will, but even still, like, I haven't seen that. I've never seen that before. They're just throwing it out there to see if you're gonna make a stink about it. And when enough of you don't, then it's gonna become a normal thing. First, it's just happened once, so it's just a thing. Then it happens once every 10 times. Then only 1 out of 5 pictures actually go through. And now most of your pictures are blocked for one reason or another. And you just decide, fuck it, it's not even that important. Oh, and we have the Gen X Flex. I have a flip phone. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. We got a badass in the building. Oh, and Sarah Marie beat ya. She got the brick phone, bro. She got the brick phone. You can't beat that. You can't beat that. She over here playing Snake.
Talk about like important social issues.
Oh yeah. Well, and talking about distractions, right? The distraction, like distraction politics versus real politics.
Yes.
If Apple says hashtag BLM and gives a few $1 million to a trans rights organization, then the entire political left ignores that they're profiting off of slave labor.
It's bizarre.
It's not bizarre at all. It is exactly in line with what they have or how they have thought over the last 10 years. It is inconsistent and is only what is convenient in the moment. It's not in general, it's bizarre, but it's not bizarre to be like, oh, this is what they think. This is always how they think.
Then the entire
I can't Apple. Oh, here it is. Strange bedfellows, Native American tribes, Big Pharma,
okay, so this
and
is
the
like
legitimacy of their alliance. Wow. So it's
it said strange about the Native American tribes, Big Pharma, and the legitimacy of their alliance.
true.
Yeah.
2019.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this is about exactly. You said it's 2019. I was going to say. I think I saw that guy in like 2018.
It's so gross. It's so
It's
gross,
crazy, man. It's so sick.
But it's what we were talking about. If you allow these corporations, look, they have an obligation to their shareholders. They have to make more money.
Sure.
What's the best way to make more money? Not get sued. What's the best way to not
Of
get
course.
sued? Sir, I found a loophole.
Yeah.
You get some
Exactly.
fucking Adderall riddled psychopath
Yeah,
who's
exactly.
been working 16 hours. Like,
Yeah.
I got a plan to get us out of here. And
Yep.
it works. It's legal.
I'm sorry. Like, look, I get the imperative to make money, but the guy who thought that up is a grade A sociopath.
Yes.
I mean, that person is, I don't want them anywhere near my kids.
You got to put guardrails up. Like, you have to have laws.
Absolutely.
That's why you can't have
Yes.
insider trading, right? Like, you have to have
That's right.
guardrails up.
Well,
and
this
if
is-
you
yeah.
don't, people go ham.
Yes. And this is why, look, corporations want to go make money. They should make money.
Yes.
Fine. But my job is public and social policy. And what really pissed
Would any of you guys want to be up here for the watch party? Just throwing that out there.
pisses me off, and frankly, what should piss off more Republicans, because again, historically, the Republican Party has been the more pro-corporate party. We
gotta
should
be
be saying to the more that these corporations are engaged in social policy, and in particular left-wing social policy, the more that we should be saying, I don't know that I want to give you every.
Wow. How should I do this? Can I do it like this? No, I don't want to do that. Oh. Okay, wait. Nobody can see all that stuff, but yeah, this is what we're talking about. This is exactly what we're talking about. Just trying to send a picture of an ear, and Apple's doing this to you, and you're like, yeah, they're the best. I love them so much. Oh my God, that's pathetic that you have a better phone. I have the cool phone. Okay, dude.
Left-wing social policy, the more that we should be saying, I don't know that I want to give you everything that you want, which is, of course, what the historical party did, but I think is much different in the last few years.
I'm just scared that the tentacles of the pharmaceutical industry are so deeply entrenched in politics and in media that you can't just shake them off. You can't just say, hey, you can't advertise on TV anymore.
Shake it up. Shake it up.
Or, hey, you no longer have exemption from responsibility from the side effects of certain drugs.
Yep.
Because that whole thing they pulled off with exemption of pharmaceutical companies being responsible for injuries from
from the
vaccines
vax was crazy.
It's crazy because you
I
just
believe it still
empower these
exists.
people that have lied forever. Yeah, it does still exist.
And it still exists, and that is totally insane. And I mean, you know, I took the vax, and you know, I haven't been boosted or anything, but the moment where
Shout out to the pure bloods. Put a one in the chat if you are a pure blood.
really started to get red pilled on the whole vax thing was the sickest that I've been in the last 15 years by far was when I took the vaccine. And I've had COVID at this point 5 times. I was in bed for 2 days. My heart was racing. I was like, the fact that we're not even allowed to talk about that, even, no like serious injury.
Okay, so guys, I'm putting up another poll here. We are shout out to the beer bloods. So we're getting to the 2.5 hour mark here. And we have a bunch of people who are members. So, and the the female fight is about to begin. So hit what you would like, and we will do that. No, Joe, you can actually screw over Big Pharma culturally. Look at what they did to Big Tobacco.
Bingo.
Very true. Very, very true. It's not that type of flip phone. It's a smartphone that folds. Well, you knew exactly what the fuck you were trying to say when I have a flip phone. Yeah. Pure blood. right, that's 5 out of 16 votes, 100%. I'll keep it up for another few minutes, but if you want to keep watching this, you better let me know.
I was like, the fact that we're not even allowed to talk about that, even, no like serious injury, but even the fact that we're not even allowed to talk about the fact that I was as sick as I've ever been for 2 days.
Again, reminder that the fight will not be on this screen. You will have to be a member of Discord or watch it on your own to be able to see it.
And the worst COVID experience I had was like a sinus infection. I'm not really willing to trade that. And you don't even, everybody that I know, or a lot of people I know, they talk about the second shot that they got of the vaccine that made them really, really sick.
It's almost like the first one made them sick. And they just accepted that, oh, these are just the side effects. And then the second one, they were like, wait a minute. I don't think fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. You ain't gonna fool me again.
Well, that's a side effect, and not a side effect that we even talk about enough in this country.
No, it's also, again, we're talking about companies that have a long history of lying and being forced to pay criminal fines, and then we're giving them this exemption from being responsible for any of the side effects.
Yeah, and who do you think this?
We do have enough people here to swing the vote. So I'll give it another 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Pharma companies donate to politically in 2024. I'll give you a big fat guess.
Probably Kamala Harris.
By a significant margin.
Well, particularly with RFK Jr. being attached to Trump.
Sure.
With RFK Jr. comes a lot of, like, there's a lot. There's a lot that you're going to have to handle there. But that's the question is, like, are they so entrenched that it's impossible to these?
And again, it stands to reason, or it's not illogical to think that the more shots you get, the worse it's going to be. Again, and so Joe, how many did you get in total? Because I'd love to know if you got 3 or 4. How did those go in comparison to the first 2?
Things that disturb us, the fact that they have exemption from any responsibility because of the vaccine, the fact that they have the ability to advertise on television.
Just as I suspected that I got that, and you're probably at that point like, this isn't really doing what it's supposed to do. If I'm gonna get sick, let me just get sick. Let me not make myself sick, right? So you guys have decided we are ready to move on to the co-main event of the evening. So they just started. So let's do this. I got to remove that. Nope. Stop sharing. We'll put this up here. You cannot. Please tell me if you can hear the video. The video is playing. Can you hear it? Yes or no? You should not be able to hear it. Can you hear it? Could you hear that? Yes or no? All right. So everybody join up on the Discord if you would like to see what we got going on. Custom frame rate, share audio. All right. And the fight watch party has begun. Oh, here we go. All right, so round two, baby. All right, so again. Oh, come on. I'm actually gonna turn this down a little bit. What are we doing here? Oh, there's probably so many people tuning in. Come on, baby. So if you are in the Discord, make sure you join the Let Us Speak channel where you will be able to see the fight. So we have Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano. A rematch. They fought at the last Jake Paul fight. And I think it was a split decision or some decision for the white girl. And let me know, those of you who are in Discord, let me know in the chat here how this is going. I'm not a huge boxing fan, but as a UFC fan, or I guess former UFC fan, I definitely, understand the dynamics of fighting well enough. But it's gonna be really interesting to see the next fight. I'm very excited to see how that plays out. I just want to see if Mike still has that power, Now, let me drop the link. If any of you guys want to come up here and hang out, I do ask that you cam up, but come hang out. Come hang out. So we missed the first round, but looks pretty even so far. Oh, I have a feeling this is going to keep doing this. I've never watched a Netflix live thing, but I just have a feeling we're going to see that a lot. So Vargas, no, right now, Taylor and Serrano are in round 2. They are in round 2. We're hanging out, seeing what's good with that, getting warmed up, getting a little drink. Then we got Tyson and Paul right after this. I did drop the link if anybody wants to come up. Actually, I don't need these. I don't need these. I don't need to hear the bullshit. Oh wait, I want to hear that. I want to hear that. I want to react to the ads. All that stuff. Back in action. Oh, this is new. I don't know why they said it like that. And now, thank you so much, Sarah Marie. You have a good one. We remember stuff. So, yeah, I am keeping a close look at the viewers. So if people dip out, then I'm just gonna end the stream. I'm not, So if you're in it, stick with me. Stick with me. All right, back to round 3. Katie again. Katie's the white one. Amanda's the darker. I think she's Puerto Rican. Yeah, there's a Puerto Rican flag there. Serrano, I think, is the just go in the Discord, bro. It's right there. And as soon as you say that, it's screwed up again. Yeah, it's gonna come on, baby. Yeah, it's good. I think it's just there's so many people logging in at the same time. As soon as you said it, look at this. God damn you, Guamtech. You could have just gone in Discord. You had to have your own thing, and now this is what we got. It's your fault. You screwed everything up. No. 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 What the hell is that? What? The Netflix home is not a page that can be found? I guess we ain't watching this fight, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Let's give it a minute. How dare I use the service I pay for? Well, I mean, we're all trying to do this together. Is this really how this is going? Are we really? This is real? Like Netflix, this is a big deal. I get that I'm man, let me try. Let's just see if I stop streaming the thing on both platforms. It went right back. It went right back. All right. I don't know. Hey, shout out to Mackenzie. Okay, it is down very well, but we got back in. We are a little bit behind, but we'll see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, right. You had one job. Okay, they're wrapped up. So I don't want to play too much around with it. So I'm if you want to just adjust your time to mine, If you're not watching with me, we're 105, 4, 3, 2, 1 minute in the third round. So we're a little bit behind. Indeed they are. Indeed they are. Again, if anybody wants to come up, I do ask that you cam up, but come up, hang out, and be part of the conversation. Boxing is such it's such a game of inches and millimeters that by not having a good eye for what's going on, I'm really just watching. Oh, Katie just got a nice hook wrapped up. I don't. Yeah, if we were watching MMA, I would have a much better understanding of what's going on. And I have a good enough understanding of striking to see. Like I could see here, Amanda's getting the better of this interaction clearly. All right. Who do you think won that round? Who won that round? That looked like. All right, let's see if I'm going to regret this. Mike Tyson on screen. You ready for tonight? How do you feel? Oh, come on, bro. You forgot to put the mic in front of his face. Vicious win. What is he wearing? Yeah, right? What? Just looking at some Tyson booty. That Tyson booty. Okay. All right, here we go. Round 4 of the champions. So again, if you are looking to be on time with me, I am at 150, 49, 48, 47, 46, 145 in the 4th round. Back it up a little bit in case anybody's watching illegally. Your stream's going to be a little bit behind. Ooh. So again, the champion is a white girl. Oh. Yeah, so from what, again, I don't know these women, but from what I'm seeing, it looks like Serrano is a more technical fighter, and Taylor might be a little bit more technical. So I'm a little bit behind. I just want to make sure everybody is on the same page, and I don't want to mess with it too much so that it keeps messing up. So I'm a little bit behind. We're about again, we're 45 seconds from the end of the end of the 4th round. So you can just pause it, or you could just listen to us be behind. Just don't spoil anything, please. Wrapped up again. Ooh, headbutt. Hey! Shout out to Funk Master General. Technically, that is not how the goals work, but since you are so generous, we indeed will do that. Thank you. In fact, no, I'm gonna hold to it. All right. We are $3.99 away from the $50 $50 goal that we usually have. Somebody can put 3 of you can put 99 cents. If 3 of you give me $1, then that man will get his peanut butter. I will not let you guys put all of this on Funkmaster. And Funkmaster, I got you either way. It'll be after. But they want it on stream. $3 more. That's it. $2.99. Doesn't matter how many people it comes from. Of course, he'll get his treat. Actually, let's give him a double. There you go. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. I can't let them do that to you. Once we go somewhere else, then there it is. 20. Shit. I'm going to take a guess here. I might be wrong. No. 30. I'm taking a guess. I'll fix it later. But there we go. Thank you. Hey, everybody. Now into the 5th round. 150, 149, 8, 7, 6, 5. And we got the peanut butter. Wrapped up again at 138, 7, 6. 135 of round 5. There we go. Good movement on both sides. But again, Serrano just has a little bit more of a technical look. Look how much he loves it. Thank you so very, very much, gentlemen. The two of you alone. Very, very, very much appreciated. Yeah. So is Katie keeping her mouth open? One good hook. I did hit up Dr. Evil Genius. Did he text me back? Who else we got? Where are we? Oh, yeah, that is a bad cut. That is not a good cut. Yeah, so I need a potty break. I had Mexican and about to blow. Pray for me. Good luck. All right. So far, it does look like Katie is taking the advantage, but it definitely looks like she's slowing down. She is definitely slowing down. Oh, I didn't see that you said you had to go. Funkmaster, if you're still here, thank you so very much, brother. Will this? Oh, no. No, okay. I guess. Oh, bet we can speed it up without having. Shout out to Zippy DSM Lee. We can speed it up during the parts where they're bullshitting. All right, round 6, 55, 4, 3, 2, 150 of the 6th round. Amanda Serrano stalking. Katie's on her back foot on the ropes. Very bad spot. Yeah, bad spot for a cut. It's not as bad because it'll go down. It's when it's inside and it goes down here. She has it over here, so it's gonna go out, and especially because they're not, rolling around, then like they would in MMA. Yep. See, Katie's getting tired. Doing well. She's got a decent jab. What just happened? Timeout for the cut? Oh, come on. Oh, just pause your shit for like 10 seconds and watch it with us. What's the point of being here and not watching it with us? Oh, doctor, stoppage, no way. Well, I guess that gets us closer to Jake Paul sooner, but no way. Come on. I mean, it is bad. It definitely. Oh, I was about to pause it. I forgot where it is bad. Look at that. That's a bad cut. But where it is, you can see it's not going to go into her eye. And you can already see all of that is dripping down the side of her face. It's not in her field of vision. We are good. All right. And we are back, baby. We are back. I like some other feature. Fair enough. All right, 58, 7, 56, 55 of the 6th round. Katie's throwing haymakers. You can tell she's tiring out. She's like, this is all I got. If I don't end it here, I'm stuck. Look at him. You guys are awesome. Oh, tying up. And she's going for the cut. You can see Katie's got these little bursts, but she's baiting fast. She is baiting fast. Yeah, that there was a big controversy on the decision that they gave to the white girl. Who the fuck was I just gonna hit up? Oh, dang. Get some more people up in the party. Hold on. Come on, baby. Let us continue. For real. They're going, baby. Round 7 begins. 155, 154, 153, 152, 150 of the 7th round. Oh! They just fucking a barn burner. This is going to be attrition. Whoever. Yeah, Carl, can you not say the end of the round? Because, like, if it ends in the round, then when you say that it ended the round, then we know that there's not going to be a knockout. So please just don't do that. Oh, heavy cross from Caitlin. It doesn't seem like that cut is really doing too much for to Amanda Serrano. It seems like, obviously she's thinking about it, but she's staying focused. She's on it. As long as heavy uppercut right there. Come on, man. Stop, Carl. I'm gonna have to. Don't make me fucking time you out, dude. Come on. Another one. She's she's tired, but she can get a little more around. Whenever you talk to fighters, they always say, like, they're not afraid of getting hit or getting locked up or whatever. They're scared of getting tired. When they're there and they're tired and you're like, I don't have any more energy. I know how to defend myself. I know how to take a hit. But when I can't even keep my hands up, that is the scary. Look how much he is enjoying himself. You guys did that. All right. That is the end of the 7th round. Yeah, they're telling Katie, you can't just stand there. You gotta fucking do something about it. These bitches can indeed fight. Amanda Serrano is a natty southpaw. She leads with a strong hand. Good question. Let's see if you, as a more trained eye, can point that out to us. On her back foot again. I could see it from the moment we tuned in that she had more control of. I was going to say, nice cross right on the button. Body shot. And she just looks confident. She looks calm. She looks ready. Knees weak, arms are heavy. Vomit on her sweaty already. Mom spaghetti. $89 landed between the two of them. Wrapping up Amanda again. Sarah's like, I don't have it. And again, you can see dripping down her face like that. Immediate. Okay, a good hit from Katie, but she's going to need to land a bunch of those for it to matter, though. I think Serrano just has. She can see it. I think they're, again, not a fighter, but you can. They talk about how you can feel the kill, the incoming kill. I feel like Amanda smells blood in the water. Like her own coming from her fucking eyebrow. Oh, a little flurry from Katie that didn't do much. Oh, 15 seconds left. They just broke. They just broke them apart. Oh, took a point from Katie Taylor. Gontek said, I'm a righty and go strong southpaw whenever I spar. I barely have any striking experience, though, and know next to nothing about it. Well, I'm going to guarantee you know a little bit more than I do. Oh, man. But that's what these cut men do. Like, you see these giant gashes. They just get the blood and they just smear some Vaseline over it. Like, you only, there's literally 4 minutes of fight left. That's all you need. Then you can stitch it up and do whatever. 4 minutes of fight left. 4 minutes. And you're good. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That's the cut man, baby. It's just an Orthodox. Try some Philly shell. I don't know what that is. All right. Crowd is booing. Start of the 9th round. 150, 49, 48, 47, 46, 145 of round 9. She's trying to. It looks like they're both trying to end it. It looks like neither of them trying to go to a 10th round. But like, if I'm Katie, I don't feel like I can end this here. If I'm Amanda, I'm like, punch your little heart out, baby girl. I got another round in me. Shout out to Ariel Helwani. She's dirty. A dirty bitch. All she could do is fucking headbutt and hold. You ain't wrong. Oh. So again, do you guys know? Well, I guess it's the same. It's a 10-point must system. They're like, oh, they need to check the DNA of these women, but I see. I mean, maybe not like violent dominance, but Katie is clearly just surviving, and Amanda is clearly running the show here. She can. Why would you think that? Oh my god, boxing people are so fucking beta. In MMA, you fucking dripping down and be like, keep fighting, bitch. All right, let's see if we can move. speed up the in-between rounds. Yeah, they're like, you're just fucking around. Don't let her answer. Just, but, and so that's when you talk about corner work and being like, you can see that your girl is fucked. This is the last round here. The last round. Context of the Philly shell is where you drop your lead hand and block with your shoulder. Like that. Wrapped up again. 145. 4, 3, 2, 1. 140 of the final round is where I am. 37. Oh! Wrapped up again, Katie. Oh, you are not looking good here, girl. And Amanda just throwing. Guys, again, if you are joining, make sure that if you would like to get into the voice channel, you do have to be a member. It is only $2.99 a month. That comes with 12 other after parties, including this. 25 seconds left, baby. I mean, this has got. Oh, come on. This is going to Amanda. This is done. Yeah, this is done. This is done. So, I mean, every person on the stadium is there on their feet. Trying to go, through the video packages, the replays we want to see, but everything else we could speed through that a little bit. That's another reason to go back a little bit. That's how before I was going on the whatchamacallit, the Filthy Casual MMA watch party with Talking Shit podcast, specifically Dr. Evil Genius. What I would do is just wait until the next morning for UFC and just skip through all the bullshit. Okay, so we got the scorecard here. So Serrano round 1, 2, 3. Taylor round 4. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh, unofficial scorecard. It looks like 93-96 for Serrano. And I'm not necessarily by a breakdown, necessarily by the rounds, but I do think that Serrano got it. Right. Yeah. So it's already, they're calling it 93-96 without the point deduction. Right? Oh, no. Okay, they did put that in. 9-9. In case you're not familiar with boxing, it's a 10-point must. So the winner gets 10 points, and then the loser typically will get 9 points. If they get really screwed, they'll get 8 points, and they'll go further down. They rarely ever score around below 10-7, at least in MMA. I'm not super familiar with boxing, as I said. But because Katie Taylor won that round, but she lost a point because of the headbutt, They both get 9 points. I'm not mad at it. I mean, I'm not mad at it. Like, it ain't what I'm here for, but I'm not mad at it. All right. After 10 rounds, all 3 judges. One point. Boo! Boo! They gave it to Whitey. Damn. That's the second time that happened. I'm not even in this world. And I'm mad. We only missed the 1 round. She dominated that fight. I mean, well, I'm not, wild. Guys, if you do me a huge favor and just keep a tab of the YouTube stream open, I would very, very much appreciate that. Thank you. Got that white girl entitlement. Trump wins. Taylor wins. I wanted Serrano just because I knew her name, and then so look at these punching stats. Landed 324 over 217, thrown 700 to 529, and landed on a higher percentage. So on paper, she won this fight, and in real life, she won this fight. Technically, she didn't. Let's see what Ariel's got to say. Again, if you're just watching somewhere else with us, we're a little bit behind. We're just talking with Ariel and Sarah Taylor. Let's do a poll. Let's see if you guys are watching. Me neither. Yeah, they're still booing. See, this is what you get. This is what you get for trying to do your own thing. And she's got I mean, it's not as bad, but she's got the exact same cut. Calling her out on. Yeah, that's where we're at. That's where we're at. It's a little bit grainy, but I mean, it's just. There was a time when people watch combat sports without 4K. So, okay, you're all watching on your own. Okay, cool. So since you guys are watching on your own, then I am going to pull it up to the live stream so that we're all together. All right, so we're all live. Everybody is live. We are live. We are live. Yeah, a lot of people. I'll still call out the timing when things start. I didn't want to mess with it. I can't tell. Oh, it's live, stupid, bro. Open to a third fight. Calling out the refs. Said, fuck the refs. I don't know, man. Like they were calling that out earlier on, so it's not like after the fact. They're like, yo, look what's happening, and the cut is there. They took a point for the headbutt. She's a beautiful person, but has a huge head. Oh, MMA fight. Let's go. Plus, I didn't look intentional. She leaned into her. That is an interesting point because the coach who's talking was like, "Hey, she leads with her head." So I don't know enough about boxing or really combat sport to know when you say she's leading with her head. Is that a tendency, like a bad tendency that's not fortuitous for Serrano, or is that a purposeful thing where you're purposely? Good job, ladies. Good job, ladies. Oh, all right. Don't forget, we and that's the game for the peanut butter. He fucking turned that. Oh, he turned that shit inside out. He's gonna chew a little bit more of that to get to the rest of that, but he's done his work. So we are in for it. So Morty still got some treats left to eat. Okay. I don't have anything. Oh no! We got stopped. Oh no! So I think at this point, the best that I've learned, I think, is it one more fight? I thought this was the, I think that this was co-main. I think this is, I'm gonna be mad if we have a whole another fight. I think it's just this one. I'm gonna wait here for a second. Usually when I'm watching Netflix and it does this, then, you just wait and it, there we go. Boom. Boom. Yeah, so I think this was the co-main event. Tyson, Paul, fight. Yeah, along the barrier. Yeah, Yep, that was a co-main, baby. Headed to the main event of the evening. Here. So, who do we got? Let's see what you guys think. Who do you think will win? Iron Mike or it's Airy Day, bro? Let's go. Hey, thank you so much, Gary Green, for the gifted membership. Shout out to Stupid12. You now have full access to watch with us in Discord. If you would like to join, definitely do that. And you will get your permissions immediately. Thank you, sir. And of course, a treat for Morty. He's still shaking. Why are you shaking? There we go. Roach in the building. Again, I'd very much appreciate if you guys could, keep a keep the tab open. Hey, and Garrett himself. There we oh, where's my applause? There we go. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Look how happy he is. Yeah, it's getting grainy as a motherfucker. But at least we're here. But yeah, it's a lot of people coming on in. Welcome to you, sir. Welcome. Again, the fight is streaming in Discord. And since you are a member, you can watch it there, or you can watch it on your own. Either way, I would appreciate if you would keep the tab of my stream open. Put a 1 in the chat if you're watching this in Discord. This is the test. This is the test. Because if they're not here, then they're not going to hear me. And then I'm going to know. Because there's other people watching that aren't members. So there's a bunch of other people that are watching from their own Netflix. So they can also be part of the party. That's what a watch party is. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. All right, let's see these walkouts. That's one thing that I wish that again, not so much of a fan anymore, but when I was a fan, I would have loved for the UFC to play into the walkouts and make them more theatrical. There was I think the last fight that I saw. Oh no, come on, baby. Again, we're just gonna wait. We got it. There we go. But the last fight that Israel Adesanya did, he came out and he did his dance, he did his haka, he did all of that. And it was interesting, it was different. It was just something else. And in boxing, they seem to do that more. I thought that was Cedric the Entertainer. Andre Ward, I don't know who, and Katie Scott, I don't know who they are. He said, I want thick legs and a six-pack. I said, shit, me too. Wow, 89% of you said Iron Mike will win. Okay, so let's see. How will the fight end? So I'm not even saying who the person is. How will the fight end? Will it be a KO or TKO? Oh, come on. Will it be a split decision? Unanimous decision? Or a draw? Let me know. Hit the poll. What a god. Oh, he's got that power. But as Conor McGregor famously said, speed over power, precision, or no, it was precision over power, speed over, I forget what it was, but speed and precision over power and strength, or something like that. I don't know. I want Mike Tyson to win just on the principle of, like, it's Mike Tyson and it's some fucking YouTuber kid, but like, as my own YouTuber kid, I kind of, and then I was watching the, oh, come on. I was watching the docuseries stuff, and I don't know, man. I thought Tyron Woodley was gonna knock him the fuck out. Well, we'll start with Ben Askren. I thought Ben Askren was gonna win, no problem. I thought Tyron Woodley, like Ben Askren, he was a wrestler, but Tyron Woodley, yeah, he was a wrestler, but he had hands. Nope. Then we went to fucking Anderson Silva, and he beat Anderson Silva. The man is almost 60 years old. But I do, I'm glad that you guys are into this, because as much as I'm not really a boxing fan, because I had been such a big just combat sports fan as a UFC fan, seeing Mike Tyson fight live is kind of a thing, I like what Tim Pool was saying about the marketing side of this. The only real good story to come out of this is if Mike wins. I disagree, because again, you can set up a third fight. He set up a third fight. Or second fight, I mean. He set up a rematch. That's the best way. They both want to get anything that happens from today gets erased in the rematch. And so if I'm Mike, Shaq in the building. What's with this Amber Rose haircut going? Oh, is that the 4B movement? Was she early to the? Oof! Did you just get it today? I fucking live here. Well, it's not really pay-per-view. Either you have Netflix or you don't. Hey, shout out to Gronk. Gronk in the building. Also, guys, in Discord, feel free to have a conversation in the chat so we can all be part of it. Gronk's like, yo, let me fight Shaq. All right, let's see where the poll is. KO or TKO is at 67% and split decision with no one saying a UD or draw. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. All right, come on, baby. Come on, baby. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Play. I got money. Nobody wants to fucking come and hang out with me? Come on. Somebody come hang out. I'm not used to just like sitting here with no sound or anything going. I feel weird. The fit for the fight. And that fucking weird ass. What do they call those hats? A fez? Is he wearing a fez? So that's it. Yeah, again, she's saying the same thing, Guamtech, that you were saying, that it's lose-lose for Jake. Like, that's such a superficial, again, first order way of thinking about these things. I disagree. I think that that is infinitely memorable. It's definitely gonna be hard to forget. Exactly. He built his name on his nickname is the problem child. He built in his name on controversy. He doesn't care about the bad press. He wants to go in there. He wants to be a spoiler. He wants people to hate him because that's how he makes his money, and that's how he gets bigger opponents. That's how, or whatever it is that he wants to do. Shout out to Bullets Boy. Jeez. Shout out to Salty Johnson. Welcome to the party. Didn't do that. Why are people fucking calling me? Again, guys. Reprieve on Rumble said fight will be a clear Aryan victory. That's what's happening on Rumble. Again, guys, if you are joining the Discord to watch the stream, make sure you let me know that you've joined up or that you were gifted a membership or whatever, so that you can get into the room. Is this the DEI announcers? Well, I mean, they got a white boy beating up an old black man, so maybe smart marketing. I'm rooting for the felon again. Dilly, motherfucking Dilly. All right, we should be getting close, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to take a piss. You stay on camera and look cute, okay? Oh, I hear music. That's a good sign. All right, you stay right there. Oh, wait. I can't do that. Good boy. Oh, such a cute boy. Come on. Eat it, Bubba. It's right here. Moments away. Let's go. Bam, 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 bam. All right. Let's see the odds. Woo! Look at that. Look at that. Jake Paul, the favorite. 2-1 favorite, baby. Hold on. I'm sitting on the court. Hold on. I know. If we get a first round KO from Mike Tyson, I mean, that is just something that so many of us oh, sucks to suck. Anyway. Yeah, if I got a first round KO with a Mike Tyson fight, I mean, yeah, I was alive when he fought, but even in the times when I was alive when he fought, I was a little child. So to be seeing this, and especially to get a legitimate round 1 KO. This one, the British chick? She's cute. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's go. Oh boy, everybody's jumping in now. Everybody's jumping in now on Netflix. Oof. Rosie Perez? Is she from? Oh, we got Roy Jones Jr. in here. Glumtag said round 4 knockout by Tyson. Just shot in the dark. I have no reason to think that. Carl said Tyson in 3. I think. So yeah, okay. Let's look back at some of this shit. Wow! One punch, walk off, out before he hit the ground on the button. Then we had Anderson Silva, arguably one of the greatest combat athletes of all time. And then his only loss to the son of the greatest boxer, at least currently in the game, or I don't know if he retired in the last year or two. And he lost by decision. Oh, I forgot about the fucking Diaz fight. I forgot this even occurred, bro. Who the fuck is this? I don't follow this shit like that. And then Mike Perry. That was waved off, right? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Like, neither is fucking Jake Paul at the time of the fight. Neither is Jake Paul at the time of the fight. They have way more fight experience. And so I get you. But, like, at what point are we saying, okay, there is an advantage? Is he a member? If you I mean, yeah, I gave shit to everybody who was there, but if you've left, like, that don't count. You're not a member and you weren't there before. I warned everybody for months and months and months and months. I said it's absolutely free to join, but it won't be. If he's not a member, then unfortunately, you can sign up. It's $3. I do not see Iridium Kush. So yeah, sorry guys. I mean, Iron Mike Tyson, baby. Iron Mike Tyson. And yeah, like, I mean, you know, if you're here in the chat every day and maybe you can't afford it and you're in the Discord and you're hanging out and all this kind of stuff, maybe I'll be like, all right. Like, you don't really come to the shows, you don't interact with people, and then you just want free stuff that everybody else is paying for. Like, I want to be nice, but that's not fair to those of you who are paying. Especially those of you who are paying above and beyond your membership. Bookmaster and Garrett. I have the worst feeling that it's just going to pause. Like, it's gonna be mid knockout punch and it's gonna pause. I have a bad feeling. Yeah. Gotta be a little bit more professional. Well, they said Jake solely trains boxing. It's like saying an all-rounded track and field athlete can beat a sprinter. No, because you're still putting them at, like, the all-around track and field person is up here, and you're still saying the sprinter is up here. Well, yeah, but the you know, they're not going to beat the sprinter. But we're talking about somebody who just started running, and they're a sprinter. But the all-around track and field person who's a professional is likely going to be able to you know, make up that difference, even if sprinting isn't their main thing. And again, Bullets, unfortunately, it is a members only thing. I don't know why he left the server. I made it very, very clear that, you know, at the time, it was a free place to join and that eventually it would be closed off. I don't know why he left, but he left. So, it's $3. It's $3. If it ain't worth $3, then I don't tell you. Don't be. Are you going to show the fight because you're a cuck? Don't cuck. Show the fight. I'm on YouTube, motherfucker. I don't give a shit about you, one person randomly on Rumble. Okay, I've got plenty of people here watching on my channel that actually gives me money. So you could also join the YouTube channel or just send me $3 to go in the Discord. But no, I'm not going to risk my channel for some random person who's calling me a cuck. Sorry. Bye. Guam said, I thought Jake had been training for a while before Silva and Diaz. Maybe not a pro, but definitely training. Right. training, but not a pro. Meanwhile, both of them were pros for 20 plus years. That's my point. Of course. I bet you I'm gonna get shit. Like, oh, Lutch didn't do this, or Lutch wouldn't do that, or blah, 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 blah. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Gravy train is over. Motherfucker gotta eat. Let's go! Here we fucking go. Here we fucking go. Here we fucking go. Here we fucking go. Come on in the chat. If you would like me to do a Bruce Buffer, it's time. This guy ain't gonna do it. Come on. Oh, national anthem. Okay. Oh, say can. I feel like she started too high. Unless she's got a great voice, she started way too high. You have to remember the range of this song. Through the perilous night. What's up? Oh, yeah, wrong one. Shout out to Daniel Cabrera. I still think about that video where they broke down the lyrics of the. Come on, I did not mean to do that, but that's un-American. You can't fucking pause during the fucking national anthem. But yeah, actually, like, what the actual lyrics? Why would I be joking? Come on. I knew I was gonna get shit. Oh, you're not joking. No, I'm not fucking joking. This is my fucking job. Do you do your job for free? Then don't ask me to do my job for free. I wasn't even gonna do this. I'm ready to go to bed. I've already been on here for almost 4 hours. Shout out to Shang-Chi. Oh, wow, that's so blurry. I can't even tell who the fuck this is. Joe Manganiello. Hey, Charlize, cleaning up for Charlize. Cobra Kai! Yo! So they dropped part 2 of the final season of Cobra Kai today. That's what I do with my morning. Did I miss this? Guam Tech. So I thought Jake had been training for a while, but yeah. And a huge banner. Yeah, that would be legit. We got Shaq and Bobby. Well, yeah. They dropped. I also do my show for free. I just like. Are we joking? Are we joking, Bullets? Entitlement. The fucking entitlement. Give me free stuff because I feel like I want free stuff. Yeah, look in Disciple Chat. Look in Disciple Chat. Bullets for cheap. Also here. Hey bro, can you mod up my friend Iridium Kush so you can join the VC? Thanks. And then we go and that was after he already asked me. And I said, not a YouTube number. And he said he can sign up really quick, only $2.99. Gave him the link. He said, emoji. You're not joking with a laughing face. Why would you be joking? I told everybody what was good because he did this. I did join before the Discord was paywall. I told everyone what was good. Everyone in the room, everyone in the voice room, either paid to be there or joined the server before it was paywalled and stayed there. As I very clearly explained, hey, this is how it's going to go. It's free for now. All of it is completely free. The entire thing, the Disciple Chat, the voice channel, the after party, all of that is free. But eventually it won't be. So by joining early and supporting me while I was nobody, then you get the privilege of those permissions. Why he left, I don't know. But that is not my problem. I'm just surprised you paywalled it. That's because you don't watch the show. If you did, you'd be very aware. It's almost like the entitlement. Essentially. I mean, if anybody, exactly. He's like, you don't watch mine either, which is why I'm not asking you for free shit. I'm not doing this. Let's go. Get your drinks ready. The entitlement. He's like, you don't watch. He's like, I didn't know. I'm like, well, if you watched, you would know. Well, you don't watch mine either. Yeah, I know. That's why I don't ask you for free shit. Here we fucking go. Here we fucking go. Again, guys, expect some buffering, some grainy shit. Obviously, I got nothing to do with that. There's a lot of people watching. Oh my God, my YouTube studio just fucking went down. Oh my God. I don't know what's going to happen. We are also on Rumble, by the way. Let me drop that just in case anything happens. We are also on Rumble. That is right there. Again, if you are just joining us, you can, this is a watch along, but the fight is playing. The walkout is currently happening right now. You can watch this in Discord if you join as a member. It is just $2.99 for the entire month. That includes not only just this fight, which is going to be at least $15 to watch it with ads on your own, but it has 11 other after parties. If you are too broke for that, then I'm sorry, but save up, ask a friend. I don't know what to tell you. You can give me free shit, and then I'll give you free shit, but this is business, baby. That pigeon is a shitty dig. That pigeon? What? Come on! Oh, they're gonna. I told you to beware. So we interviewed each other like 2 years ago. Let me make it clear. We were some of your first supporters to help introduce you to our community, and we gain you new subs. The condescending attitude isn't necessary. It is because he decided to leave. Notice how you have the permissions that were clearly laid out. It's not my responsibility. The reason Mike got into boxing was his childhood bully. Oh yes, yeah. I remember that from the docuseries. The first fight I ever got into. I bet, but my bird, and then he snapped. I remember that motion. I forgot about that. The pigeon dig is a shitty dig. Indeed. And of course, the MGTOW. Oh man, I earned my shit, but please give me for free. The F wordetry. Iron Mike. 1987 to 1990. That was when Buster Douglas. Woo! All right. Well, that conversation is over. My God, that look. Slow, calm, powerful, and ready. The same look from before. I'm feeling it. I'm ready. Put a 1 in the chat if you are ready. Is there anybody here who's not is there anybody here who's watching this who's not in the Discord? We're down to 6 viewers now. And I'm only seeing Guamzak and fucking. Oh, you're not there. But if I ended the stream, you would join us, right? Because like now I'm burning my own shit, like the view duration, all that shit. Like again, all of that, I'm doing that all for you, and now I'm getting shit for it. I'm fine with it, but like, I'm not gonna be bullied. All right, well, there's 5 other people here. I would love if you would speak up. So, if we could get some commentary on something, to let me know. Otherwise, I'm just gonna go and hang out in the Discord. Or you can send me money. That'll keep me here. In the red corner, 6'1". Okay. 76-inch reach, 227. He was saying he thinks that Tyson's going to come in at 230. 10-1 with 7 KOs. Yeah. All right, guys. It looks like nobody else is here, so we're just gonna. I'm just gonna end the stream and go to that. I asked you to speak up, but you didn't speak up. Enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you so very much, everybody who is Carl still there? Carl, if you are here, thank you so very much. I know Funkmaster is gone, but a big shout out to Funkmaster, Derek Grant. Huge shout out. Thank you so very much. Once again, I really do appreciate you guys getting Morty his peanut butter. Look how happy he is. Thank you so very much. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace. Oh, wait. Peace.